think we should be just about live here. I just want to make sure the stream is up, and it looks like it is. Let me just check the audio. It's up, and it looks like it is. All right, audio is good as well. That's a good deal. All right, so guys, we are here. We have finally started our TEW Twitch streams. I don't know why it's giving me the wrong title, so let me fix that. Let me see if I can fix that real quick here. Bear with me a second. It's been a while since I've been on stream, so give me a second here to fix this, and then we'll get started. I don't know why it's saying NCAA when we're obviously not doing that. We are doing TEW. Why is it not cooperating with that? Alright, let's fix that. Let's get this out of here. And then we will get started here. I know I'm a few minutes early. Actually, we're on time now. Alright, let's go back here. Okay, it doesn't want to copy that for me. That's cool, that's cool. Alright. Copy. Go back here. Oh dear Lord. Okay, that should have fixed it. Let's see, does it now? Yeah, there we go. Now we're good. Alright, now that that's updated. Okay, so let's get to it, guys. TEW 9, I guess now. We're playing TNA wrestling from day one. We did change a couple things for this save to make it a little bit more realistic. A couple things I want to start with first. I give myself $1 million after listening to all of Jeff Jarrett's podcast talking about TNA. Between him and his dad and Anthem, or Panda, I guess at the time, I decided to give myself $1 million budget, as that's pretty much what that equals to in this game. The other thing, right off the bat, that we're doing, we'll fix these in a second, is I did lower, so if you go here, to make this game somewhat realistic, I dropped WWE's money from $50 million to $10 million because otherwise they just sign everybody and they don't actually let anybody go. This will at least give them a few months of building money back up, so we'll see kind of what happens there. In this save, Ring of Honor started 5 months ago, so that's situated. But yeah, let's look at our roster we're starting with, and I did put some of these guys on written deals. Otherwise, they would instantly go to WWE. Just because, like, it's just how the game works. So we have AJ Styles, who's under a written deal. Alexis LeRae, who later becomes Mickie James. She's on pay-per-appearance. Brian Christopher's on pay-per-appearance. Buff Bagwell's on a written deal. Chris Harris of America's Most Wanted's on a written deal. Christian York is pay-per-appearance. David Young, Devin Storm, Don West, they're all pay-per-appearance. Dusty is a written contract. James Mitchell, James Storm. Obviously, I'm playing as Jeff Jarrett, so he's obviously under a deal. Borash, Jeremy Lin as well. Yang, Girder, Matthews, they're all under pay per appearance. This is actually Abyss. We will have to fix his picture there and his name because he's not that. Do we have a good picture of Abyss? No, not really. All right, no, that'll work. Thank you. Let's fix that. Oops. Cool. All right. Yes. Okay. Where were we? Ken Shamrock, he's under a written deal. K Crush, who we're going to change to Ron Killings, he is under a written deal. All these written deals are, I believe, 2 years, where I gave each person like a fair number. So I think everybody's got like a $10,000 monthly bill. We got Conan, Loki on pay per appearance. Referee Mike TNA is our announcer. He's on a written deal. Psychosis is on a pay per appearance. Rick Steiner's on a pay per appearance. Ricky Steamboat's on a written deal. Rudy Charles, Scott Armstrong, Scott Hall is on a written deal for appearances only. For his first 6 months of the save. Sonny Siaki pay per appearance. Steve Carino and Vampire Warrior as well. So we have that. The next task we're going to work with here is fixing this. So I don't want Conan to be a manager, so let's get that out of there. And for some reason in this save, Mike Tenay is a manager, which makes no sense to me, but hey, here we are. Let's see what else we got going on here. Okay. The other thing I did, which should allow me to do now, is I did edit Fox Sportsnet, which I thought I did. Maybe I didn't. Okay, that's cool too. So this at least give us TV in what? Mid-South, Tri-State. Well, Scotland's cool, I guess. Hold on, I gotta fix that. Because I definitely made it so Fox Sportsnet could be a TV option. Because I'm not going to have any of the weekly pay-per-views, so I figured this was a fair trade-off. Yeah, why is it not letting me? Small. Yeah. Okay, let's try this again. Coverage in the USA. Is it production values? Is that what it is? Let's see. Okay. So we gotta change that. That's an easy fix. So I did set it up already. Let's go here to production, which I thought I had set up already, but one of these is supposed to be in-house. Which one was it? Broadcast quality. Okay, so we'll get that going here. Broadcast quality, upgrade that. Cool. So now we can get Fox Sportsnet, so we'll get that all situated. So we at least now have a TV deal. We'll delete the pay-per-views that are weekly. This will be a modified show. Let's give it an hour. We'll start on Wednesdays, right? No, that should work. Numbered, next numbered will be number 1. Yes. Dormant, no. Save. Cool. And we'll go here. TNA Impact, new deal, Fox Sportsnet, 1 year. What are they going to give us? Anything? Oh, they don't want to give us that. Okay. Can you give us late night at least? No. Early evening or daytime? I'll do this. I just want to see. Okay, so the more I want from them. Ooh. Okay, well, we'll see how this goes. Paying $50,000 an episode. That's about what they paid to be on TV anyway. So, like a year? No, okay, 9 months. Cool. All right, so 9 months here. Let's do 6 with Fox Sports month. 6 months deal, early evening, so probably like 6 or 7 o'clock. Um, yeah, let's roll. So we got the TV deal. Where's the Scotland one? There's Scotland. Nope. Nope. Did we lose the Scotland one? Where the hell did it go? Oh wait, I know I did. Go back here. Any. Boom. STV. Give us a little Scotland love out there. New deal for that. See, I don't care if it's on Graveyard out there. 30%. Cool. That'll work. Let's put this on for events as well. See, I don't understand why. Okay. Cool. All right, so that's all situated now. So now we have the TV deal. We're going to go in here. The NWA on pay-per-view. We are going to remove this. Goodbye. So that's gone. Cool. Our first pay-per-view as a company. Let's go TNA here. Let's find. Yeah, this will work. This isn't special, but this is a one show. Base month will be June. Let's do. Closest we could probably get is the 16th from when they're actually started. It's going to go dormant July 17th. And yes. Cool. All right, so we have 15 days to get our company in order for the pay-per-view. Our booking team does need some work. So let's go here. Now Dusty's definitely going to be on our booking committee. So we'll put Dusty there. Yeah, good deal. I don't think there's really much else. We could put Conan, Ricky Steamboat for sure. Okay, Steve Carino, we are going to release you because you're apparently openly hostile towards me. So that's not going to work, sir. So you're gone. It's fine. Goodbye. He's a problem child anyway in this game. Okay, so let's go here. Okay. All right. So that's situated now. Okay. So let's go on to figure out who we want to go sign and bring in here. We want to have our inner circle start getting situated here as well. Okay, so let's get our inner circle kind of rolling here. So let's go here. Automatically exclude ill-suited candidates. Cool. So our easy locker room leaders, Dusty and Ricky Steamboat. That's easy. Okay. So we got that now. Backstage, how's it looking here? Average. All right, Rick Steiner's openly hostile towards Conan. That's nice of him. Okay, cool. Everything else looks good. So what we're going to do, we're going to go into free agency and pick up some talent that we can hire and bring them in for at least let's start. I always start with the unemployed first because those are the easiest to sign. Let's see what's out there. Let's do 15 minimum popularity, just to get rid of all the rough ones. Okay, so we could bring in Alex Wright. That's not a bad one. We'll bring him in for a quick little, for the first show at least. I hate doing ongoing contracts. We'll do like a 3-month little deal with him. Andy Douglas of the Naturals. We'll definitely bring them in. Give him a 6-month deal. Austin Aries is out there. We'll take him. He's not really much of a problem yet in this game. But I like adding guys I can use for whatever, so we'll do that. Have to bring in BG James. Absolutely have to. We'll do a 6-month deal. I think my plan is to put him with Conan. Okay. Okay. Definitely not bringing in any of the nasty boys. Let's see here. Charlie Haas is a free agent. Interesting. It's his brother. Or is his brother shouldn't. No. Chase Stevens, the other half of the Naturals. We'll bring him in. I'm going to shortlist him for now because if his brother's in this game still, then I'm definitely doing it. Let's see. Who else? Ooh, Kurt Hennig. We could bring him in for at least the first show. Ooh, $1,600. Never mind. Not interested. We'll shortlist Daphne. We like her. No, these guys are too young. Drew Galloway when he's 16 years old. No. Fergal Devitt when he's 20. No, we're not going to do that. We are going to shortlist Gil Kim though. Goldberg will not sign with us, and that is okay. We're not interested anyway. The Anvil, no. No, not going to bring him in. Let's see. Carl Anderson. No. Ken Anderson as a young guy. Maybe we'll shortlist him. Let's see. Who else is a free agent out here? Lance Hoyt. I like Lance Hoyt. We'll shortlist him. Let's see. Who else? Who else do we want to bring in here? Monty Brown, 1,000,000%. Bring him in. He was a huge name for TNA up until like 04. And then he was stupid and went to ECW and it went downhill fast from there. Let's see. What else? Who else is a free agent that we could just... Okay. Bring in for a cup of coffee to get us going here. These are all just regular free agents. They're not with anybody, so... I always like Sheik. Sheamus will shortlist. Steve Blackman. Let's see if we can bring him in. I like Steve Blackman. We'll bring him in for a little bit. See if we can get anything with him going. Who else we got here? Trinity's cool. We'll shortlist her. Alright. Now let's go to all free agents. Because now this is where they have deals with other companies. So this might be where it gets slightly interesting to see what's available here. Because now we're definitely... Yeah, I see Bryan Danielson's right here. We got Brian Kendrick. Let's see. I think that's Carlito, right? Yeah, that's Carlito. Let's see. Christopher Daniels, please. Thank you. Yes, it's great to bring in Christopher Daniels. Yes, I know. Thank you. There we go. We'll bring in Chris Sabin. I know he's super young at this point, but we'll just kind of give him spots on pre-shows and things like that to get us going. Claudio Castagnoli, we'll shortlist. CM Punk, Colt Cabana. I think we gotta go in the settings for CM Punk here. some reason in this game, CM Punk hates Jeff Jarrett. We can't be having that. None. Thank you. Okay. Let's try this again. Alright. Let's try to bring in Punk and Cabana. See if they can help us out. Get our tag team division also off the ground. That's also a long-term signings as well, but you know, it is what it is. So we got them coming in. Like I said, we're not bringing in Kurt Hennig. What else is out here? That's Umaga. You like Skipper. Let's go, baby. Now, the problem that we're going to run into here is a lot of these guys are going to get signed by either New Japan or WWE. So, and I'm expecting that. So I'm setting myself up here to just make sure I have a big enough roster to be able... Oh, Nunzio's a free agent. Hell yeah. Bring in the full-blooded Italians. Nothing else there. No. The Maximo Brothers, SAT. We could do something with them, maybe. Let's shortlist him. Johnny Stamboli. Let's see if we can bring him in. I like Johnny Stamboli. Didn't really get a fair shake with WWE, so we'll see if we can bring him in. Jose Maximo, we'll shortlist him. Juventud Guerrera is a huge pain in my ass in this game, but let's see if we can bring him in. Oh, 3,400 is so much money. Well, I'm going to try for a year. See if he'll sign. I doubt it, so that probably won't be an issue. Kaz Hayashi, let's see if he'll sign like a 1 or 2 show. Oh, $1,000 is so much. I don't want to pay someone $1,000 for an appearance. LA Park, he won't sign. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. Shortlist Mark Briscoe. Let's see. That's Roman Reigns' brother right there. Let's see. New Jack? No. We're not going to do that. Nigel McGuinness will shortlist. Hawk and Animal are out there. We'll shortlist them. I don't think we're going to really do anything with them, though. But there's potential. Roadkill, we'll shortlist him. Bobby Roode, 100% shortlist. That's a horrible picture of him. Good God. Shortlist Roderick Strong. Sabu. If we could bring in Sabu, I'm all for it. Only 220. We'll do 3 months. See where we're at with him. Samoa Joe. I'm gonna shortlist for now. He's the owner of one of these two. Which, I forgot. Scott Hall and Shane Douglas don't like each other, so we'll shortlist him for now. Let's see who else. Who else can we bring in for the first show? Taka, will you sign? I know you're a freelancer, but can you do like 1 appearance? Let's do like 2 appearances. See if he'll sign for that. When he's a freelancer, they don't sign like at all. So, Tatanka, nah. Terry Taylor, no. Sandman, no. He definitely will not fit into my TNA. Tony Mamaluke will, though. That'll work. We'll bring him in for 6 months. Tracy Smothers as well, the other member of the FBI. That way we can have a nice little heel faction to kind of get things rolling there. We'll shortlist Tracy Brooks, even though I'm pretty sure she signed with WWE. Ultimate. Oh, he's injured. Son of a bitch. Well, I'm going to sign him anyway. See if he'll do anything for us here. Okay, cool. Let's go back to the email page here. Alright, sorry about that. My cat was trying to get her bag that she likes. Alright. So we got that situated now. So the offers are out there. We can't really do much really until people start signing and we get closer. But this is our backstage stuff. I don't really follow this when I play, to be honest with you. It's just not my thing. I kind of things a little bit differently than how the game wants. So I just want to check something real quick. Okay, so you're a face. You're a face. Okay, good. Face. Heel. Okay, cool. Just trying to figure out what I have on the roster already. All right. So let's go the next day here and see if oh, we got our merchandise going here. All right, let's go to the next day. Pay-per-view is in 15 days to get us started here in TNA. We'll be constantly kind of changing the date of our first regular TV show, so we don't have a problem there. But our first show will be the first pay-per-view of TNA, which is our launch night. If y'all remember from 2002, that show had a battle royal at the end of it where Ken Shamrock won the TNA title. I can tell you right now, we will do a battle royal of some sort, but he will not be winning the title to start out with, so that'll be a good time to get that kind of rolling there. And then once this finishes up, it's... With this new computer, it goes so fast, which is so nice. All right. Let's see what we can get rolling here for us. So, once we get the roster situated, we'll start coming up with matches for the pay-per-view. I'm going to tell you this right now. On our first Impact show, it will be the Fatal 4-Way for the X title that really happened. My goal with this save is I'm going to do some of the stuff TNA did. Some of the stuff is obviously going to be me. But my plan is to integrate it to kind of make it a combination, I guess is the best way to put it, to see how we get situated here. So once this is done loading, we'll get into the next day and see what we're dealing with. See if anybody's signed with us or anything yet. The first week of this game is always super slow, so all right, cool. So... Okay, nothing really to... AAA's got bad morale. That's awesome. We got a bunch of emails. All right, so Chikara wants Nunzio. That's cool. Juventude's going to CML because they offered him $79,000 for a month, and I am not doing that. So he is gone, which is fine. I don't want him back anyway. So... All right, so that's day one. No one's signed with us yet. That's okay, though. I do want to go in here because of something I saw. Because for some reason in this game, again, whoever made the save has CM Punk hating everybody. So we'll fix that. And then we're going to import... all of the venues to make sure that's all situated. Let's get that all going here. Hey, there we go. How's the sound, Jake? Does the mic sound like it's picking up good? We're just importing all of the venues and shit in right now. So we got through day one already. We're gonna see who wants to sign with us here as the first week continues. Should be getting hopefully some people going here. Get them signed. While we wait for day 2 to end. Just gonna post in the group here. While we're waiting for this day to continue here. Alright. To keep this going. Alright, not really much. Oh, we got some decisions though. So we got... Alright, cool. We got Andy Douglas. That's going to be a heel. Austin Aries, heel. Chase Stevens, heel. Colt Cabana, babyface. Nunzio, heel. Oh, we did get Stamboli, heel. Mama Luke, heel. Alright, so the FBI, we got everybody. That's actually great. We have okay, so Charlie Haas, Juventud. OVW made a contract over Rick Steiner. Okay, that's cool, I guess. What did they offer Rick Steiner? Is he going developmental? Or is it just a paper appearance? Oh, okay, that's fine. They can do all of that. One thing I want to check. He's got to be signed somewhere. Just him. Okay, that does nothing for me. Okay, so we got a couple people. We do need to change some names here because, good God, we're not using that. So we're going to change his name to Guido from his ECW days. I'm not going to do Little Guido because he's going to be the leader of our faction here. Okay, cool. All right, so we got him. We got Smothers, Mama Luke, and Stamboli, which is awesome. So I think what we're gonna do with that. So we have a couple teams now as well. So we have York and Matthews, which is cool. They're a team. We have the Naturals. Okay. And I'm assuming what we'll do is we'll do Johnny Stamboli and Tony Mamaluke will be the team. That way we can have Guido be kind of the singles guy and Smothers can be um, the muscle. So let's get this going now. See how fast this is going to be. Cool. So there's the FBI. Okay, we don't have pictures for them. That's fine. Faction. So it's going to be Guido is the leader. Johnny Stamboli. It's going to be deputy. Tony Mamaluke. Deputy, and then Tracy Smothers, the muscle. Boom. There we go. FBI has been formed in total nonstop action, so we got that going. Yeah, we don't really have one of these. Okay. So that's good. All right, good start. So we got that. I do want to change his gimmick because we're not going to have him be a comedian. I think we'll just have him be a fun baby face. Yeah, there we go. There's that. I just want to make sure also my referees don't have gimmicks, because that's a pain in the ass for some reason that this game does that. No. Okay, cool. Problem solved there. All right, cool. All right, well, we got some of it, guys. Let's see who else we can get today. We're on day 3. We got 12 days till the first pay-per-view. So let's see what we get to here, see how things work out. Now, my plan is to get as far as we can on this first stream and see kind of how it goes. We just got a follower. Just saw it pop up. I didn't see who it was, though. I'm pretty sure I know who it was, but... Alright, good deal. Let's see who else we got signing today on day 3 of total nonstop action. Oh, it's doing the old spinning spin. Let's see how fast this is going to go. Turn on my drink here while we're waiting. I think what we're going to do for the first pay-per-view is we're going to try to use as many of the guys as we possibly can for the first show. See what everybody's ratings are and where they're good at. And then if they're decent, then obviously we'll use them more as Impact goes on. But if they're not decent, then obviously we will be taking care of that as well. All right. So he's agreed to be at Chicago. Okay. Taker turned babyface. That's nice of him. All right. Alex Wright. Cool. We got another heel. Monty Brown is a babyface. We'll take that. Thank you. Christopher Daniels. Thank you. Chris Sabin. Thank you. CM Punk is here as well. There'll be baby faces. Taka did sign. So we have Taka for a couple of opportunities. Ultimo Dragon, who is hurt at the moment. But we will... Alright, so we're losing Brian Lawler. We're losing Eli Skipper, which I expected. We're losing Psychosis, Rick Steiner, and Sabu. And Steve Blackman. And Gangrel. See, this is why... yeah, exactly. How's the sound, Jake? Everything good? Alright, so we're losing a couple guys right off the rip here. Luckily, they'll still be on the pay-per-view since they're already signed. Well, some of them will already be on the pay-per-view since they're already signed. We're starting to get a little bit of a roster situation here. I do want to change this. I want to make sure everybody's got the right gimmick right off of the base here. Dual sport athlete. Where is he? There he is. Thank you. Okay, got him. Who else signed? You're a heel. Yep. Not Dancing Fool, though. We're going to make you just kind of a heel, I guess. There we go. That'll work. What's Saban's? Shows two. Okay, that's cool. Nothing there. And you're hurt. Okay. So that's all situated. Let's go to teams because we got to add Pumpkin Cabana. Yep. Thank you. There we go. Absences. Oh, he'll be back in August. That's fine. That's fine. Everything else looks good. This isn't gonna work. He needs to have a gimmick. Can he play full-blooded Italian? Nope, sure can't. Hey, what's up, man? Thanks for coming in. I know you said you were getting out of work kind of as as things were going here, so I appreciate you. We're just kind of getting our roster situated here for the first pay-per-view. I need a heel. No. God, can Tony Mamaluke not play a damn character? Why is he so awful at finding a character? Let's see. Gotcha. That's fine, man. I appreciate you. God, he can't play like anything. Can he play old school heel? No, he can't even play an old school heel. What the? Wow. Okay. I guess he's gonna be. God. Okay. This is annoying. I guess we'll keep him with no gimmick. I guess we're just gonna know him as. Yeah. I guess. So that's a choice, I guess. So, all right. That's fine. Whatever. Everything else looks okay here. Yep. Everything else looks good. Cool. All right, let's go to our next day here. We're going to be moving the show now that we had the TV deal, but our first show is actually going to be the pay-per-view. This is funny. This has Ric Flair at 294 pounds. That's definitely not right. That's all right. Little adjustment there. That's okay. As we build up to the pay-per-view here, the first show for TNA, couple matches that I definitely will be doing. The Battle Royal for the TNA Championship, but we will be having a different winner than Ken Shamrock. We are going to be having a couple tag matches to see what we have there. Definitely some X Division showcases. The X Division title will be the first championship match on the first show, as that'll open the show as the first big match in Impact history. So that'll be cool once we get there. Trying my best to not copy much of what TNA did, to try to make it my own, but we'll see kind of how things formulate themselves, I guess. I just want to see something while it's loading. All right. So now it's loading. Let's see who else signs with us here. Who else can we get going? We are going to lose a couple guys right to WWE right off the rip. That's why I adjusted some of the contracts so that way we wouldn't have any. We would lose everybody. Damn CML. CML is all over the place here with TV deals, so that's cool. I'm kind of mad that WWE. John Cena is under the wing of Kurt Angle. That's almost like it happened. Maven and Hardcore Holly having some issues, no doubt there. All right, Elix Skipper has gone to WWE, so we don't even get to use him at all. That sucks. Okay. I love me some Elix Skipper, but that's okay. We do need to change this. Nope, that's not what I want. Go back. Move this on purpose, so that way we don't get penalized for not doing the show yet. Yep, they're the commentary team of Don West and Mike TNA. Are they the commentary as well for events? Yes, they are. Beautiful. Glad that works out. Next one. Here we go. All right, so let's see. We've got some of the big signings are kind of already out of the way. As we start, once we get into the thick of things and we actually get the pay-per-view rolling, then we'll be good to go. Hey, what's up, man? How you doing? Thanks for coming in. I'm good, man. We're getting things kind of started here. Just trying to get our feet wet with the first couple days. As you know, with any save, the first few days are always super slow, and people sign with WWE or New Japan like right off the rip. So we're just trying to get a roster that we know for at least the first month won't be going anywhere. We got the merchandise already started on the upgrade, so we're good there. We got the TV deal all situated with Fox Sports. The first pay-per-view is in about 10 days now in the save, so see how we'll put that together. Impact's going to be an hour long to start with, just because otherwise it's way too much going on with not enough roster. As things progress, every 6 months I'll kind of analyze to see if we can bounce another half an hour, or see if we can get the second hour in there. But yeah, that's kind of my thought. I think a lot, and it makes it so I'm not giving away matches so easily, that are kind of like, I don't want to make every match be on Impact. I do want to build up to stuff. So, hey, Sabu goes to WWE. Son of a bitch. Okay. Steve Blackman went to WWE. Another guy I wanted. That's okay. That's all right. BG James, you're not. Okay, that's fine. OVW, that's fine. Yep. So we lost the chance at Steve Blackman and Sabu, which is a little disappointing, but that's okay. I think we have at least a decent enough roster to get us started. Just want to look at this real quick. I mean, we have a good amount of guys that are at least in this realm. Obviously, we're going to lose a couple of them, but it's not the end of the world. We'll be okay. It's gonna be a long road in this save. So it's gonna be a long road to get even remotely in the ballpark of being on WWE's radar. So I don't feel like there's a big rush right now to get things kind of rolling. We just got to get our base roster and kind of go with the flow once things kind of start progressing. Obviously, guys from WWE will become available, OVW, New Japan, etc. So we just kind of got to get our core and start storylines. I mean, that's really the main game here. The first 30 days of a save is really, in my opinion, the hardest, because there's so much going on. As the game kind of starts, you kind of can really formulate stuff, because not everybody's going to be signed in the first 10 seconds of a game. So that's kind of where I'm at with that. You'll also, once we get to the pay-per-view, you'll see how I book matches and angles and all that stuff. I kind of have an idea of what I want to do for the show, so yeah, man, you just absolutely want to get your stuff established and just worry about your stuff. Yeah, that's the hardest part. The first month, so much is going on in game that you can't even worry about yourself yet. You just have to kind of try to do anything you can. But now we're almost at the point where I can kind of. Jimmy Hart became a CEO of a company. Okay, Juventud went to WWE. Bret Hart became the CEO of what is that? Stampede. Okay, that's a choice. Nothing else really crazy here. Some booking positions that I don't want. Okay, so we're not. I mean, I wasn't expecting to get Juventud anyway, so it's not the end of the world. Okay, that's all good. So I do want to book a couple. I just want to check a couple things here. So, okay. So we have a little issue here with Christopher Daniels. So he will not be on our pay per view. So we will not have Daniels. So we won't have Daniels for the pay per view. I just want to put that on the notes here. So what we're gonna do for one of our matches that we will be, I don't think I have to pre-book, right? Nope. Awesome. I don't have to pre-book yet. Hell yes. Okay. Let's keep it going, baby. We only got 9 days till the pay-per-view. Normally, I would probably sim right to the pay-per-view, but there's just too much going on. So day to day, I just want to check in, see where things are. Richard, have you done this save before, the 2002 TNA save? I've done it a couple times offline, but it's just kind of like stop started. So I did like the first like month and then I fell off. But I'm gonna try to really push myself on this one. It's hard too because you don't want to become ECW and you don't want to become WCW '01 of whatever's left over. So you kind of have to create your own identity, and it's hard because you know TNA had exactly what TNA had at this time. So it's interesting to kind of figure out what you want to do and how you want to make it your own. I'll tell you right now, um, having Scott Hall for at least 6 months is going to be huge because at least will give me a big heel to kind of have at the top that's not Jeff Jarrett, even though I'm playing as Jeff Jarrett, just to give me that top guy to work with some people and also having Ken Shamrock is huge as well to have those two guys at the top. Plus we got Buff, so the heels right now in this company are really carrying. I love the idea of yeah, it's definitely a hard one. I know when you and I have talked, like you kind of weren't watching wrestling at the time, right? And like '02, that really isn't your time frame. All right, we got Boss Man back. Yeah, so it's hard to kind of play. Like for me, it's really hard to play 1992 because I wasn't alive yet. So, um, but like the 95 on, I love playing those. All right, nothing really to report there. Did we lose? All right, so Brian Lawler went to WWE. Cool. Nothing else. Cool. And we lost Gangrel. That's fine. Those are two things I can gladly live without. I mean, I know when we did our multiplayer save when we were doing the Monday Night Wars, like that's my jam right there. But '02 to like 2008 is also a big one for me. Yeah, this era is tough. Jake, you definitely weren't watching during this. I don't think, right? This isn't your time. This '02 to like '06 was like my like 10 10 years oldish time frame where I was huge. Like I was obnoxious into wrestling, so I knew who everybody was on the independents. I knew who everybody was in TNA. I remember finding TNA on demand on Comcast, and I was hooked on AJ Styles before everybody even knew who AJ Styles was. Um, I remember my brother in law bought me for my 10th birthday the best of AJ Styles of TNA, and at this point it was like 2 years in, and it's straight up just like X Division beautifulness matches of him and Abyss, him and Daniels, him and Jerry Lynn, just so good, so good. Yeah, I mean I was a huge WCW and ECW guy too. Although watching WCW in 2000 and 2001 was you think WWE now is rough. Whew. What's the is AAA going under? No. Damn. I would love to buy them and steal all their popularity and talent. Okay. Hear me talking like Vince McMahon over here. Oh yeah, Vince Russo's in control of APW. Let's go. We lost Psychosis. That sucks. Okay. Nothing really else to report here. I personally am going to sign Brian Hebner just because I like him as a ref. We're just going to bring him in. Cool. I just like having the Hebners as referees. That's just me, though. Okay, so we're losing a couple guys, but it sounds like this is kind of slowing down when it comes to being obnoxious for the signings. So I think they've signed who they've wanted at this point. I'm just going to move this to Saturday. I'm going to move it back afterwards. Okay. So I think my logic here for at least the first champion is going to be Scott Hall. Put the belt on him to get us started. Nice little... He's probably my top name anyway, so it just makes sense to put the belt on him. Starting off right from the rip of changing history, where it's not going to be Ken Shamrock winning the belt right off the bat. This is a weird picture of Muhammad Hassan right here. I remember, this is how crazy it was knowing TNA better than others. I remember the local independent company that I used to watch all the time. They brought in Low Key, and this was 05. This is right after like the first Ultimate X match, and no one on the roster knew who Low Key was somehow. And I just remember them like when they were talking about it, because I was around helping out and stuff, and I was so excited. No one had a clue who he was, and I don't understand how that could be a thing, but it is what it is, right? Damn, WWE signing everybody. Rick Steiner, Blue Meanie. That's fine. You can take all those guys. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Eric Young, we'll shortlist him. But that's how, the internet wasn't massive back then, so, like, it's not like how it is now where everybody knows who everybody is. I'll make him a heel. Although I might have to make them a babyface. What's my tag team situation here? I don't have any baby faces, do I? Are they baby faces? They're heels. Crap. Oh, we have America's Most Wanted. Okay, cool. All right. We have 6 more days till the pay-per-view. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. Yeah, he was huge in Ring of Honor. I don't know. Yeah, I love America's Most Wanted. One of my favorite tag teams that get no respect. Yeah, man, I appreciate you, brother. I'll be here pretty much till the wife gets home. So, we'll be playing and having a good time. So, appreciate you coming in, though, brother. We're hoping to keep these going every couple days. See how it goes. But yeah, America's Most Wanted, Richard, is definitely my favorite tag team in all of TNA history. It's definitely one of those teams that gets no respect. I'm looking over and seeing my cat on my wife's vanity. I don't know what she's doing. Anyway, America's Most Wanted for me was just like 2 or 3 years too early for their own good. Do you think that, Richard? Do you kind of agree with me on that? They were a couple years too early. All right. Let's see what we got here. The Big Show was kicked out of the NWO. Ric Flair was promoted. New senior road agent Gerald Briscoe. New senior referee Earl Hebner. Stone Cold bonds with The Rock. Okay. Not much else really going on here. We got another referee, which is awesome. And all right, we're starting to get to the point now where we don't have to worry about WWE stealing every freaking person now. No gimmick, right? No gimmick. Cancel gimmick for all referees. Thank you. All right. And next day. What are you doing over there? Okay. Um, so we don't have Daniels for the pay per view. Luckily, we don't have to pre book anything for this, so we can kind of roll with the punches a little bit um, on the day of the show, which is kind of nice because I can kind of throw ideas out and see what you guys think to get us started. I don't know about starting any storylines on the pay per view. I feel like we have to wait. We have to get to the first show to kind of get things rolling. In my opinion, I think it's going to have to be all dry matches, which is fine. Um, we'll see how it goes. I do have a couple of ideas. I'm kind of getting some main event talent situated. It's just hard when you don't have a lot of depth yet, so we do have to be careful with that. The undercard is definitely going to need some work, but that's okay. Luckily, with the X division, you just have to have, you know, decent high flyers and all that good stuff. So, which we definitely will have. That's definitely going to be something we're going to keep with TNA. Is definitely pushing the envelope when it comes to the young guys and high flyers and things like that. All right, Austin Bonds with the Big Show. Cool, cool. Perry Saturn and Billy Kidman are the World Tag Team Champions. Okay. Kurt Hennig goes to WWE. Okay. Flair's mentoring Christopher Nowinski. Fun fact. Okay. A lot of weird stuff going on WWE stuff right now. Look at this. Look at this monstrosity of a match. The Big Valboski, Triple H, and Edge defeat Reverend Devon, Billy, and Chuck. The Rock and Tajiri defeated Jericho and Angle. Wow. Okay. A lot of... who the hell is Linda Miles? Must have been just a jobber. But okay. Alright. That's fine. Let's do this. Yep. We do need to set up our inner circle stuff real quick before I forget to. Let's go here. We should have some more locker room leader opportunities now. Ultimo Dragon can be an... Yeah, let's do that. Put him there. Our head of talent relations. Dusty. That's just an easy answer there. Senior road agent is going to be Ricky Steamboat. Head men's trainer. Okay, this is where you gotta really... Two potential people to train. Do I have anybody who has the trainer? No. Okay, I don't have anybody who's a trainer per se, so we're not going to touch that yet. Travel organizer, that can be Borash. Chief enforcers. Who do we got? Who do we got? Okay. Ultimo Dragon's our chief enforcer. Alright, sure. Why not? Morale officer. It's going to be AJ Styles. It's going to be our morale officer. Everybody's happy about that, so that's good. And then senior referee is Rudy Charles, who's also a WWE referee right now. Fun fact. Okay. So that's all good. We're almost to pay-per-view time. Finally. We're almost there. We are almost there. And then we will really get the ball rolling here on some of this. It sucks we don't have Daniels for the pay-per-view, but it looks like with his New Japan stuff, we'll at least have him for some impacts, so that's good. I'm trying to think what else I could do with him right off the rip. Since I don't have Elix Skipper, I guess I could put him with Loki as a team and do Triple X. That might, but I don't want to have so many tag teams that it's like obnoxious though. So maybe we kind of give it a little bit where we let them kind of be solo for a little while and then we'll eventually put them as a team. Sucks we don't have Elix Skipper though. Man, that sucks. I love me some Elix Skipper. really like booking you like Skipper, but all right, that's fine. That's fine. Not a problem. No problemo there. Also, I do apologize if ads do pop up. I don't know how to edit them yet. I'm still getting back into Twitch, so apologize for any ads that do pop up. All right, let's see what else we can get going. I'm trying to think who else I could sign right off the rip here that would be helpful. New Japan signs Eric Bischoff. That's hilarious. Okay, Terry Funk. Okay. Okay. Not much really going on there. We'll modify this. I think we're going to do Wednesday Night Impact. Is, I think, the sweet spot where I like to do. Just because it's going to literally replace the Wednesday night pay-per-views. Okay, so the TNA Live on pay-per-view, I have a feeling is going up against WWE's pay-per-view, which is bad. So we won't have Christopher, Daniels, Psychosis, or Rick Steiner for that. Or Vampire Warriors. So that's 5 guys we won't have for the pay-per-view. That's okay. That should be fine. Although we'll figure this out. Maybe we'll do Tuesdays for the show. I don't know. The New Japan stuff is terrible. I do want to do one thing here. No, we should be alright. Alright. Let's make sure this is all good. Pay-per-views in 3 days. Let's go. Pay-per-view time. We're almost there. We're almost there, guys. This save actually can be, I feel like, really, really fun once you get into the thick of it. And you actually can start making some moves and some signings and debuting folks and things like that, where it's kind of, the ball's rolling a little bit with the company, so it's not as like, oh my god, this guy's just randomly showing up, So we'll see kind of how we want to play this. I'm trying to think what else I want to do on the pay-per-view, because there's a lot of guys I'm not going to have. That I could have easily jobbed out to others to help get over, but that's alright. That's what Impact is for. Let's see. I'm trying to think who else I could bring in that could help off the rip here. I probably want to bring in Frankie Kazarian. I think that's the one guy I've definitely forgotten about. Let's go here. There he is. Everybody loves some Frankie Kazarian. Okay, there's that. Ooh, I don't like playing that game. I'll hit the wrong button and it'll be a bad situation. We'll just do day by day. We're only 1 day away from the pay-per-view after this, so. One thing I do with this game, though, that I found has helped me kind of play more realistically, is the pay-per-views I do as premium pricing for the tickets, to make the attendance be what it should be. Especially with, like, once you get to, like, medium size, like, it wants you to have, like, 25,000 people in a stadium for a casual pay-per-view. That's just not how it is. I mean, I don't even think WWE, with the numbers they're bringing in when they were at the top, are bringing in 25K a pay-per-view. So I try to do premium. Plus, it gives you some money, which always helps the situation. So we love that. See kind of what we can do here. I'll tell you right now, the one guy that if WWE does let me have him is Raven. I will be the happiest person in the world because I love booking Raven. He's one of my favorite guys to get in a save, especially in this era or like the 90s. He by far was one of my favorite characters growing up. So let's see. Kenta is rising in 2002 apparently, so we'll shortlist him. Someone got released. Oh. Okay. Oh, I forgot to do something. We are not going to be in the NWA. I forgot to put that. We are not in the NWA. I need to go here. I need to make sure my road agents aren't going to be a problem. So you are not going to be a road agent, Taka. What's your skills at? 73. Okay. Yeah, we know what you are. 71. And you are also not going to be a road agent. Can I at least have Ultimo Dragon be a road agent, or is that... Let's see. He's got to be a good road agent, right? Even though he's hurt. Oh, no, psychology. Okay, no, never mind. All right. It's pay-per-view time, guys. Here we go. We are here. The first pay-per-view of total non-stop action is here. Now, I always like to open the show with a 2-minute video package. So this one specifically will definitely have it as just highlights of professional wrestling throughout the years in the South. So, and then once we start doing impacts, I'll do like a minute long to open the show of just kind of like, this is total nonstop, you know, like how every show starts where you have the video package and stuff. I always do a minute or two of that to start the show. So, I know some people have definitely done different things with that, so that's just the way I do it. I just like doing it that way. Hopefully, with the way things are, I mean, I think the way all the contracts are with WWE, I think everybody except for Taker and Big Show within the first year are all up for re-signing. So there'll be opportunities for us to bring in talent. Not saying I'm going to bring in every WWE guy, because that's definitely not what I want to do. But there'll definitely be guys that I will 100% bring in that I feel like will be useful. So, nothing here. Okay, we need to go here. Ticket prices, yep. For event premium. All right, it's pay-per-view time, guys. Let's go here. I just want to see who's available. Yep, so we don't have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's fine. So, here we go. Pay-per-view number 1 of Total Nonstop Action. Here we go, and here we go. Let's see what we can get the party going here. I even got myself a special keyboard for this one, for the streams now, so that way I don't have to worry about wires. And I did just see that we are going up against King of the Ring, which is a choice for us to do. We should be alright, though. Okay. So the venue, we're expecting 600 people. That's not amazing for our first show, but that's okay. This is the early stages. We are going to go to Universal. We're not going to do the Asylum years. We're going to go straight to Universal just because it's an easy venue. Yep, right here. Ironically enough, this is where the Wyatt Six House is at Halloween Horror Nights this year. Is Soundstage 19. So I don't know if they did that on purpose or not, but so that's pretty cool. Luckily, we do have a pay-per-view provider in Cablevision, so we should get some good money either way out of this, as well as in Scotland. So we have that. Booking team meetings. So we gained a couple. Okay. All right. So we're not going to spend any of that yet. There's no point. Locker room incidents. Here we go. This is always fun. Ryan Hebner and Christian York had a blazing argument. Beth Bagwell annoyed Christian York by mocking his popularity. Head of Talent Relations chose to respond with a slap on the wrist. Thanks, Dusty. Loki had a small backstage clash with AJ Styles, the morale officer. That's because Loki's a selfish prick. Alright, nothing else. Cool. We're going to address the locker room. Let's just do team bonding. A little team bonding. Everybody kumbaya here. That's fine. Rick Steiner's leaving anyway, so that's fine. We got some good relationship stuff here, so that's awesome. All right. And we don't have the guys I expect. Oh, we got somebody that's... We have a couple of the WWE guys. Oh, they didn't use them. Let's go. Okay. All right. So our first thing we're going to do here is opening video package. I'm assuming some of these guys are going to want to be improvised, which is a pain, but whatever. We'll do it for like a minute. Outside the broadcast, it's a video. It's pre-taped. Subject to video. And we'll use AJ. We'll use BG James. Maybe if it lets me click. There we go. We'll use Buff Bagwell. Chris Harris. Dusty, James Storm, Jeff Jarrett, Jerry Lynn, Ken Shamrock, Conan, Monty Brown, Psychosis, even though I'm losing him, Ricky Steamboat, Ron Killings, and Scott Hall. Cool. So there's our first little thing. Scott Armstrong, you can deal with that. All right. So there's our first segment right there, video package. Our first matchup in TNA history will be a singles bout scheduled for one fall with the ace of TNA, AJ Styles. Will go one-on-one with Psychosis since we have him for this show. And we're going to let them go at it for... We're going to give this one 15 minutes. We're going to have Steamboat be the agent. AJ's going to get a nice win here. It's going to be a high spots match because it's Psychosis and AJ. So, all out, clean win, and pinfall. That should work. Yep, that's a good start. So that's our first matchup of TNA. AJ Styles versus Psychosis. I don't really care if you're unhappy, Psychosis. Oh, I know why he wants to be kept strong. You know what? I'll keep you strong just so you don't quit on me before I can put you in that fatal four-way. Thanks. All right, so we got that situated here. I think, actually, what I want to do is I'm going to do a segment before that match of Dusty Rhodes welcoming everyone to TNA. And this is more or less just going to be the generic, 4-minute promo of Dusty announcing Total Nonstop Action. I'll have him cutting a promo. Do Ricky Steamboat for that as well. This is strictly just to kind of get the show rolling. I feel like with your first show, you kind of have to do a promo with this. So Dusty's welcoming everybody to TNA, get that ball rolling, and then we go right into Psychosis and AJ. I'm going to do a backstage promo with Jeff Jarrett. So we're going to have some backstage stuff. Leading into the Battle Royal tonight, which we'll have Dusty announcing that promo. We'll go... We don't need more than 2 minutes, I think, of this. This is just a straight up, just Jeff Jarrett cutting a promo. Nothing more than that. We can give that to Conan. Conan will do fine with that. Let's go into... let's do a tag match. We'll go right into a tag match here. We have plenty of them, so let's see who we got here. Let's do... I think we need to feature America's Most Wanted right off the rip here. So let's do James Storm and Chris Harris. They're going to go up against the team of Andy Douglas and Chase Stevens, better known as the Naturals. We'll give them 8 to 10. And we'll give this to Jerry Lynn. The easy one here. Chris Harris is going to get the win. We are going to keep Andy Douglas and Chase Stevens strong because we do not want them to lose popularity. We need them to gain whatever they can. All-out match, clean win, and pinfall finish with the death sentence. Thank you. We are going to do a... no, I don't want to do that right off the rip. I was going to have the FBI attack them, but I don't want to have that be like the first thing. How about this? We'll do the FBI video promo post-match. Let's do that. Because I don't want to have a feud right off. I mean, I do want to have a feud right off the rip between the FBI and America's Most Wanted, but also like I don't think it helps anybody yet to do that. So let's do this. I'm hoping Guido can can work the crowd at least a little bit. I know Johnny the Bull can. Background player, and then Tony Mamaluke, background player. Okay, let's hope that goes well for us. I am not a little nervous to do that segment, but that's okay. All right. Let's do another promo. Let's do a Scott Hall backstage promo. Interrupted by Shamrock. That way we can put Shamrock and Scott Hall in a segment because Shamrock can't cut a promo to save his life. So this, at least with Scott Hall, gives me a way to get him in there with, you know, I wouldn't say he's cutting a promo. I guess we'll put him as working the crowd. Let's do that. All right. And let's put that with Dusty. Cool. All right. Our next match is going to be a triple threat match. This is going to be a little showcase match, I think, is the plan here. And it's going to be... yeah. It's going to be Jerry Lynn. No. It's going to be Conan versus Ron Killings versus... Actually, we're just going to do a 3 Live Crew triple threat. Let's see how this goes. 10 to 12 minutes. We're going to have Ricky Steamboat will do this one. This one's going to be a win for Ron Killings. And this is how we're going to get to a heel version of, well, the beginning of 3 Live Crew at least. Let's see if that works. Conan is unhappy. Okay. Okay, I don't know what else I can do for you, Conan. I guess we'll give you the win. And then we'll keep Ron. Okay, that's what we'll do. We'll keep Ron Killings strong. There we go. Everybody happy. Cool. All right, so we have that. We're 15 minutes into the pay-per-view here. I need to make sure I keep like 45 minutes for the Battle Royal. So let's do a segment backstage with Conan and BG James. Teasing team up. This will at least get the team process going here. That way I can have 3 minutes backstage, pre-taped. Let's do it'll be character development for these guys at this point. Put them together, get that going. Cool. Our next bout is going to be a WCW ECW match that never happened, but it'll be cool, I think, either way, as it'll be Jerry Lynn facing off against Buff Bagwell. We're going to give them 10 to 12, I feel like is a fair time frame here. And we are going to have Buff win by being a piece of garbage. and cheating to get the win. There we go. I'm going to have promo vignette. So I want to make sure CM Punk and Colt Cabana have their little vignette to know that they're coming to TNA, because if we can get them any popularity right off the rip, that would be great. Okay, we got that. Cool. Plus, I need to get more promo stuff in. So, okay, so let's do one more match here. And this is strictly going to be because he's leaving, and I need to get this guy over. Monty Brown versus Rick Steiner. We'll have this go for like 7 minutes. Hopefully, and I say this very, very hopefully, Monty Brown has a good rating here because I need to push him to the moon. I don't care. You're leaving me anyway, Rick Steiner. Alright, who else can we do? Abyss. James Mitchell. So Abyss is now in TNA as well. And Father James Mitchell, the Sinister Minister, is going to be managing him in TNA like he did in real life. Intimidation with Abyss. Is he Father or is he James Mitchell? Okay, or he's James Mitchell. He's going to cut a promo. Cool. Alright, so we have that. Let's see. Dusty can do that one. Alright, let's do this Battle Royal. Hold on. We need to also do this. TNA Championship. We will be using the I just saw it. Where'd it go? This one. The TNA title from the 2000, like 2005-ish. So we'll use that as our TNA Championship. Alright, let's make sure that we have enough people for this match. God, I hope we do. 20. Alright, let's hope we have enough for this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, we're fine. 6, 7. Let's put some guys we didn't use in there. Yep. Oh, we have so many guys for this. This is perfect. 2 more guys. Let's do Loki in there, and let's throw Sonny Siaki in there. Perfect. So there's our 20 guys for this TNA Championship shot for the gold. Pretty sure that's what they called it. Luckily, I can kind of play with this a little bit. So it's gonna be a 30-minute match. Ricky Steamboat's gonna be our psychology guy with this. TNA Championship. The winner is gonna be Scott Hall. Shouldn't have to keep anybody strong, so we'll see how that goes. It's gonna be clean. I want him to win straight up. The final elimination is going to be Ken Shamrock. And this one's going to be Jeff Jarrett. Okay. That should... Oh, I got to do slow build too. Since it's a 30-minute match. Yep, already good. Oh, no one complained for that. Okay, that's cool. Let's do Scott Hall. So what do we think, guys? I'm gonna do some pre-show matches as well. What do you guys think so far of this TNA first pay-per-view? I know it's not amazing, but it's gonna get us started here. That's fine. I know we need to have a storytelling match, so let's do that for the pre-show. CM Punk, Colt Cabana, Joey Matthews, and Christian York. They're on the pre-show. I don't care who their agent is. Everybody kept strong. It's a pre-show match. Storytelling, to get that note out of there. What's the problem? Oh. And then I want to do this match on the pre-show. I just want to see kind of where we're at with these three talent on performance-wise. Oops, Sabin. Who the hell's the other guy I wanted to see? It was Sabin, Loki. Just spaced out. And Austin Aries, that's who it is. I want to see what I have here. Don't care who wins. I'm assuming it's going to be Loki, though. But I just want to see what my ratings are with this, so I have an idea going into the X Division going forward. Alright, so here we go, guys. First pay-per-view in TNA's history here on the channel. Let's see how it goes. Let's hope that we don't get a horrible rating for this and then Cablevision cancels us. So, here we go. TNA's first pay-per-view is live. Alright, so our first match is a pre-show match where in about the had decent wrestling but non-existent crowd heat, Second City Saints defeat York and Matthews, which we set up. Wrestling with a 44, the crowd did not care. And segment with a 43, that's fine. The important thing is right here. Punk and Colt Cabana have good enough ratings that I can put them on the regular show. Punk at least has an adequate, and Colt Cabana, okay, that's fine. But we have a lot of green here to work with. Punk and Cabana have great tag team chemistry, and same thing with York and Matthews. So there's something there that we can play with. So that's good. And in our other pre-show match, which is, this is great actually. In a pre-show match in decent wrestling, non-existent crowd heat, Loki defeats Sabin and Aries in a 3-way in 10 minutes. Wrestling of 48, crowd rating 11, segment 46. The reason this is great, Loki was a 55, Sabin and Aries are 45 and 44 respectively. That's awesome. Plus, Sabin and Aries gimmicks both got good ratings. So that means we can use these guys on TV, and if we get them popular enough to be recognizable, it's not going to be a bad match. So that's awesome. I love that. All right. Here we go. The beginning of the first pay-per-view. Pre-show matches are over. So our opening video segment we knew was going to be interesting. This is just showcasing who the talent is going to be here in Total Nonstop Action. BG James' gimmick got a very good. Monty Brown got poor. Hopefully that gets better. Here we go. Dusty Rhodes cuts his promo and announces the Gold Rush Battle Royal for the main event tonight to crown our first Total Nonstop Action champion, as well as announces Total Nonstop Action presents Impact on Fox Sports Net starting on Wednesday. So it's just kind of like a generic promo where he's hyping up Total Nonstop Action. He's welcoming the fans to the company, and we're starting to get things rolling here. The fans are obviously happy to see that Dusty Rhodes is going to be in TNA. He's going to be kind of our authority figure. He's going to kind of be the William Regal NXT kind of style. He's not going to be kind of getting involved in any of the nonsense. He's just going to be kind of right down the middle with everything going on. So 58, I'll take that by Dusty. All right, in and about that, good wrestling and decent reaction from the crowd. AJ Styles defeats Psychosis in 13 minutes with a Styles Clash. This was a high spots match. AJ Styles got us a 57, Psychosis a 49. Commentary quality lifted the match, which is good. Wrestling 53. Crowd was a 26, and the segment was a 55. I was expecting, a little bit higher, but I'll take a 55 out of our first match in total nonstop action. Psychosis is on his way out, so we are going to be having him lose as he's going to WWE, but a nice way to get AJ Styles a win here to get us started. Get a quick backstage promo from Jarrett. So Jeff Jarrett obviously is here in TNA. He says he's going to win the Battle Royal tonight to become TNA's first inaugural champion. Obviously, he's one of the names from WCW that has come here. And obviously he's the owner. But in this save, even though I'm playing as Jarrett and as the owner, kayfabe-wise, he's not the owner. So, 54th segment on Jarrett there. Okay, good. This is actually really good. I don't know why. Apparently Google's talking to me. Okay. In a decent match, America's Most Wanted defeats the Naturals in 7:33, and Chris Harris pins Chase Stevens with a death sentence. Wrestling rating of 48, crowd of 30, segment of 48. But here's where we're in a great spot, and again, this is awesome to see. Harris and Storm got us about 50. Stevens and Douglas held their own, which is awesome because that gives me another solid tag team. And they both got very good for their gimmick ratings, so that's even better because that means they're going to be able to get popularity faster. Chris Harris was off his game, which is fine, and both teams have great chemistry. That is one of the biggest things I've seen with booking tag team wrestling in this game. You have to have great chemistry with the teams. If you don't have that, it will be a problem. May not be for every match, but it will be a problem when you try to get higher ratings, like in the 70s or higher. It just doesn't work. So, good match here. America's Most Wanted will obviously be one of our top tag teams. As we've said, a tag team that did not get the respect it deserved. I will do my best to do that in this save. This is where we're in trouble here. But the FBI will be coming to TNA, so it's going to be Guido, Johnny Stamboli, Tony Mamaluke, and Tracy Smothers. I'm going to do my best to get this over as a heel faction, to give us one of those right off the rip here. They're not going to be a main event act by any means, but it's good to have a good mid-card heel faction to kind of get some stories intertwining and things like that. This is a little disappointing, but hopefully we'll be able to come up from that. Backstage, Scott Hall's cutting his promo, talking about how he wants to win the Battle Royal tonight, that he's here in TNA, just like how Jarrett did. Again, another just generic promo. When Ken Shamrock walks into the scene, they kind of have a stare down. Scott Hall's going to flick the toothpick at Shamrock, and then security has to try to hold back Shamrock, and Scott Hall's giving him the spooky fingers that he does. Good little segment here. 62, Scott Hall improvised well. This is obviously going to be our first world title storyline, like we've talked about, with Shamrock and Hall. Hopefully, we can have a good enough storyline that we could have a good main event leading into our second pay-per-view when we get there, because I think that's what this is going to be. So, okay, in a triple threat match, it had good heat and decent wrestling. Conan, because he refuses to lose, defeats Ron Killings and BG James in a three-way in 10 minutes. Ron Killings carried the match with a 66 rating. Jesus Christ, I think we might have to push him too. Conan only got us a 40 and BG a 50. That's why they're going to be a tag team. Wrestling rating of 52. Crowd was a 44. Segment 57. The crowd liked this. I think what we're going to how we're going to get here is, I don't want to insult intelligence with crowd. Obviously, BG and Killings have a background. I think what we're going to try to do is, I think we're going to have it be Conan and BG are going to try to kind of do their own thing here, and Killings is going to do his own thing as well. I think that's kind of where we're going to go with this. But 57, I'll take that, of a triple threat that we just kind of threw together with no story. Backstage post-match, we're kind of seeing the first seeds of BG James and Conan becoming a team, where they're going to be one of our top heel tag teams in the company. Like I said, these guys can't be singles competitors right now. They're not at that rating or stamina, but we could have a great heel tag team, and I think that's what we're going to go for here. 49, Conan did well with no script. And about that, I kind of said was WCW versus ECW, and they actually did pretty well here. And about that had good wrestling and decent reaction from the crowd. Buff Bagwell defeats Jerry Lynn in 10 minutes by using the ropes with leverage. Wrestling was a 52, crowd of 41, segment of 51. I'll take that. I can live with that. Jerry Lynn got us a 54, Buff a 51. The commentary lifted the match. Nothing to complain about here. Two guys who I think I can do a lot with here in TNA, obviously, especially Jerry Lynn. I know Buff only did one show for them. I think we can do a lot more with Buff here once we get things rolling. So I'm excited to do that. This is great, actually. So we get a little, what's the word I'm looking for here? Kind of like a hype promo with CM Punk and Colt Cabana walking through Chicago. They are going to be known as the Second City Saints, like they were on the Independents back in the day. A 43 on the segment, which is more than fine. This is straight up getting them over as another babyface tag team here in the company. We are going to be focusing heavy on tag team and X Division as well. So I want to make sure I have good in both categories as we grow here going into the end of 2002 and definitely into 2003. And about that had decent wrestling, but didn't have much heat, which is a little disappointing. Monty Brown defeats Rick Steiner in 7:24 by pinfall with an alpha bomb. Well, we got to change his finisher. Wrestling rating was a 42, crowd at 24, segment 43. That's fine. Monty Brown only got us a 35. I need that to get higher, but I want to get him over. We can definitely do some stuff with Monty. I know he was a huge piece of TNA from 03 and 04, so see what we can do with him before WWE tries to steal him away and bury him. And then Rick Steiner's obviously leaving us, so this is just an easy match for Rick Steiner to lose, get Monty Brown a win, see if we can get some popularity behind him. We get a backstage promo from Abyss and James Mitchell, which did not do well, so I got to figure out why that is. Abyss is going to be managed by James Mitchell, the Sinister Minister. Abyss obviously is kind of a play on Kane character, but Abyss was one of the biggest names in TNA for the longest time. He's a lifer, and we are going to be obviously using him in this save lot. And so he is going to be in this Battle Royal that is coming up in a second here to crown our first TNA champion. Hopefully this match does not suck. These Battle Royals are always nerve-wracking. Oh, perfect. We got 62 rating overall, 50 on the wrestling, 35 on the crowd. Our first TNA champion is crowned, where it was the final four, where Conan, Jarrett, and Shamrock with Scott Hall. Shamrock's going to dump Jarrett over, and Scott Hall is going to sneak up from behind and dump Shamrock for the win. And our first TNA champion to end the show is Dusty Rhodes going to present Scott Hall, which I know is a ballsy move with all the drugs and stuff, but he is our first TNA champion. And finally, for the first time in his career, Scott Hall is a world champion to end the show with a 75 segment rating. Let's see how we do for an overall rating here. I'm going to guess like a 58. Let's see. 62. Let's go. We increased our popularity in 12 regions, so that's awesome. We love increasing popularity. That's a big thing. So that was really good. I thought that was a good pay. What do you guys think? That's watching. What do you guys think of that first show? What did you like? What did you didn't like? What can I do to make you guys like it better or whatnot there? Luckily, we don't have to do a media scrum yet, so that's good. Address the locker room. This is easy. We're gonna give Scott Hall. Pointed out as a good example. And we'll do AJ. There we go. Those will be our first three speeches right there. Financially, how do we do? We gained $330,000. Merchandise, we gained $682. That's going to be an issue. We need to make sure that's situated. Because I should have gained more money from the broadcaster, but whatever. Oh, no, I see. I see why that happened. Never mind. Pay-per-view revenue, $339,000. We'll take that. And we are now 41 in the southeast, 26 in the mid-south, southwest, and tri-state. Scotland is moving up to 5 as well. So, all right, not bad. Not bad at all. Good start for TNA here. Yeah, now we're going to go into our first impact, which is awesome. So let's see here. What can we do? I know we're going to do the four-way for the X title. So we'll get the X Division Championship rolling. I think what we're going to do for the tag belt is a tournament, I think is what we're going to do. Yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. And I think we're going to do our... yeah, I think we'll do a feud right off the rip between the FBI and probably the Second City Saints. Because we don't need the Second City Saints to become big yet. Yeah. Macho Man has retired. Okay. Eddie Guerrero won the King of the Ring. Juventud and Justin Guerrero, or Juventud and Justin Credible are a tag team. Tommy Dreamer and Brian Lawler are our new team. Molly Holly and Jazz are our new team. Big Show has turned heel. Okay. WWE's releasing some talent that I don't want. Okay, nothing really to report there. Frankie Kazarian's coming in. We'll put him as a babyface. Yep, that's going to dormant. Yep. Abyss is going to be a star in my opinion. He is worth pushing hard. Yeah, you're right, Mike Tenay. You are right. We had 226,000 buys, which is awesome. And we had 75 viewers on the Scotland channel, which whatever. That's fine. Okay. So that's good. I don't know why why is XPW releasing people? Are they in that bad of shape? I guess. Okay. I don't really care about his big issues because he's going to be gone anyway. We should have yeah, we'll have Daniels for the next show anyway, so that's good. Okay, so we know for the next... Alright, we're good. So we have our champion in Scott Hall. We will have to create the X title. I'm going to go with the classic X title. Where is it? There it is. That's the classic right there. It's not a primary. It's going to be a floating championship. It's all about no limits. So, yeah. Perfect. All right, to the next day. Here we go. We have first Impact in 2 days. I think what we're going to do for Impact... where's the ticketing? Yep. For TV shows, if we do, what's cheap? So normal is what? 12. What's cheap? 10. We'll do cheap. See if we can get some more talent, or not talent. What's the word I'm looking for? Fans in the stands for that one. All right, upgrades 30%. We're getting there on that. All right, cool. Now we wait for the next day. And while we wait, I'm just going to check the phone. Oh, Russell Westbrook signed. That's cool. Okay, well that's going. All right. What do we think, guys? What should we do else on the first show? I think we're gonna start some storylines for sure. I think we have to get some storylines rolling. All right. WWE having some issues. RVD was stranded after an extreme heat wave. Molly Holly was stranded. Tajiri. That sucks. Luckily, we don't have that problem yet. Anything here I need to worry about? Kenta's going to New Japan. I figured. What was Raw? Raw only had 5,000 fans, so we're not far off. Brothers of Destruction defeated NWO. Okay. Shawn Michaels defeated Dreamer in a 90. That's okay. Lesnar and Eddie. That should have been the main event. D'Lo and the Hardys versus Goldust and Men on a Mission. Really? They gave him that? Wow. Wow. Okay. Cool. All right, here we go. It's our first Impact, guys. Oh, tomorrow. One more night, and then we're at our first Impact. I think my plan is every 10 Impacts is to do a pay-per-view. So our next pay-per-view, I guess, would probably be Bound for Glory. It's probably the next one. Yeah, Bound for Glory is probably going to be our next pay-per-view, which makes sense. So that gives me July, August. So that gives me almost 4 months to build to a next pay-per-view, which is kind of crazy to not have a pay-per-view for 4 months, but you gotta do what you gotta do. I'll have it the first week of October too, so that way it's like right there. Alright, let's see what we got going on here. Nothing really crazy. A couple of re-signings. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Okay. That's all good, all good. So let's do this. Let's add you. Dormant? No. Ticket pricing, premium, special set. We'll spend like $5,000. There we go. So Bound for Glory is 109 days away. That's fine. That's totally fine. We don't have any drug testing at the moment. That's fine. I don't care about that either. Okay. So now we gotta get storylines going here. So, one thing I do want to do is... Okay, let's start the show. As we're booking this, I'll put it together. We have a lot to kind of build up to here, so. Alright, a little bit under 500 fans. That's fine. We'll be back at Universal. That's fine. We need more guys on the booking team. Johnny Vandal. 15? Yeah, we're not using you. I don't use guys that young. Oh, yeah. Buff Bagwell, CM Punk fighting. That's fine. Oh, Christian York. Brought to Wrestlers Court by Steamboat. Chris Harris made everybody happy by cooking. Gertner and Mamaluke are fighting, and everybody else is good. Okay. So far, so good, man. The first show was all right for the first pay per view. We gained popularity in 12 regions. Um, Scott Hall is our first champion, and we're about to book our first Impact. So, Impact. Feature all of our top talent here. Okay, so there's our video package. That's all situated there. On your way home, nice. Out of work early. Oh, I guess, are we on different time zones? Because otherwise, you're out of work early, man. All right, let's open the show with Scott Hall. Dusty Rhodes. Scott Hall segment. So part one is going to be Dusty Rhodes. Welcomes to Impact. Scott Hall interrupts. I hate doing the WWE style here, but I guess gotta have something going here. And then add a copy. Cuts promo. Cuts promo on being the first TNA champion. And then Dusty booked main event tonight. Shamrock versus Hall. Non-title. The main event tonight. So we got, right off the rip here, we're going right into a big main event. And that's fine, I think. I think that's fine. We're going to have a lot of guys not on this show. Just because of the only 1 hour. That's okay. TNA title. Hall. Or Shamrock. Scott Hall. Oops, Scott Hall. And then Dusty's a supporter. Okay, so I want to make sure this is... Okay, yep, okay. So that's all good. That's our first storyline there. I might have to bump this to an hour and a half, but we'll see. Okay, that was like 10 minutes of all that nonsense. So the X Division champion needs to be crowned. So that'll be our first match on the card. Elimination. Jerry Lynn, Psychosis, AJ Styles, and Low Key. Just like it was in real life, 15 minutes. AJ is going to become our first X champion, just like he does in real life. Everybody strong. There we go. So AJ Styles is our first X champion. Dusty presents X title to AJ Styles. So now that we have champions being set up now we can really kind of book now. Guess he's just working the crowd. Same way with AJ. Okay. And that can be Steamboat there. Yep. Okay. Let's have Buff Bagwell cutting a backstage promo. This is not going to be much of a promo, but this is just kind of. This is going to be a storyline that we're going to set up here. But I just want to have him do it backstage, pre-taped. I'm just going to buff talk. I was going to have him feud with Jerry Lynn, but nah, we don't need that yet. We've already had that match too, so. Alright, let's do tag match. And now that we know some of these teams can actually work, it makes our life really easy. Tag. So we're going to set up. They're both unimportant. Oh, beautiful. Jay Stevens versus CM Punk, Colt Cabana. Now we can set this up. Yep, Conan, you're in charge of the tag division. CM Punk. Everybody kept strong in this match just so we can keep that going. All out, cheap win, or clean win, pinfall. Boom. Now we're going to go to storylines. FBI versus Second City Saints. Guido. Mama Luke and Tracy Smothers are all the major roles. And then add CM Punk. Add Colt Cabana. And we're going to do the 4-on-2 beatdown here. Debuts. Lays out. Yeah, we definitely got to go to 90 minutes because I'm gonna have way too much talent not on the show. So we're gonna bump to 90 minutes on the next Impact, I think. Okay. And Tracy Smothers. What do you think? I feel like I have to do that because there's just too many guys I'm not going to have on the show. Conan again. Start that storyline up. So we got 2 storylines rolling now, I think. Okay. Because we still have our main event, and I have 15 minutes left. Like, yeah. I'm going to cut this down. This is way too long. Do 1 minute. 1 minute. That should help us a little. Give me a little bit of time. Because I want to do Daniels in a match here. So let's go. I don't know what that message is there. Obviously, don't click that link, y'all. Don't click that link. All right. Let's do Daniels. All right, do I have him tonight? Yeah. Daniels. Is he a heel? Is there a baby face? Heel. I need a baby face. Oh, Brian Christopher. Perfect. We can bury him on his way out. Love that. Let's give Daniels the win here. I know we have our main event here. I'm trying to figure out how I want to get. Actually, I know exactly what we're going to do. Oh, that's not what I want. I need Scott Hall, not Jeff Jarrett. he's technically going to win, but it's going to be storytelling. Keep both guys strong. GQ finish. Jeff Jarrett's going to be in the title picture as well. That's fine. Which now I'm kind of nervous. Did I put the X title on the line in this? I did, okay. And then the post-match segment. So, Shamrock with guitar. DQ. Shamrock. Staring at Hall. As Hall walks up the ramp. Okay, so this is going to be Jeff working the crowd. He's got Hall working the crowd and Shamrock working the crowd. Advanced storyline. I think you kind of can see where I'm going here for Bound for Glory. But I think that's the way to do it, is eventually lead to a triple threat match. That way it's not the same match that we've already had. Okay, let's do some pre-show matches here. Let's do a four-way. It's gonna be Guido already booked. I need to see what Guido is. So let's do Guido, Frankie, Alex Wright by himself, and Sonny Siaki by himself. I just need to see what I'm dealing with for ratings here. There we go. And then I also need to see tag between. I need to see how Tony Mamaluga and Johnny Stemboli team up. I need faces. This will be fun. Yeah, them losing's not going to be the end of the world here. I just need to see what their chemistry is. And then let's do another singles bout. We'll do Abyss versus Vampire Warrior. Is he heel? Yeah. Monty Brown gonna get a win here. Pre-show. If you're on your way to WWE, you're just gonna take L's here. That's just the way this is gonna be. The pre-show match, I want to do Chris Sabin. Oops. Oh, I don't have Psychosis for this show. Okay, well, we're going to do Chris Sabin. And he's going to beat Rick Steiner. Because I can. That way I can get some more X Division talent. Built up a little more, and these guys are leaving anyway, so I don't care. Okay. Save, and let's run our first impact of the show here. Let's do it. Booking analysis is just Rick Steiner being all pissy. All right, here we go. Guido a 56, Kazarian a 55. Okay, so we are in a great spot here. Wrestler rating 45, crowd of 21, segment 45. Guido gets the pre-show win. Siaki and Alex Wright did not have good ratings, so that's fine. Kazarian got a poor, but that'll fix. Okay, that's exactly what I expected out of Guido and Kazarian, so that's actually a great situation. Okay, they don't have negative chemistry. That's fine. Storm and Harris get the win here in the pre-show, but 42 and 40 out of those two, that'll work. Another mid-card tag team, I'll take. So that'll work. No problems there. Monty Brown gets a win to gain more popularity over Vampire Warrior. If Monty Brown can just get into the 50s, I will be so happy. And then Sabin beats Rick Steiner just to get him some popularity as well. Tried to get as many of the X Division guys to be recognizable as I possibly can, just so I can have more talent to play with on the show. And we open the show with our opening video segment like we always do for Impact or any show. 52 rating of just showing our top stars of the company. AJ, BG, Buff, Dusty, Shamrock, Conan, and Scott Hall. I didn't put Jarrett in there. That's an oops, but that's okay. 52 on that rating there, so good stuff. We got Dusty Rhodes trying to cut a promo in the ring. Welcome everybody to Impact. Scott Hall interrupts and says, as the first TNA champion, he should be the first thing that these fans see on Impact. And Dusty Rhodes agrees. And he says that tonight, Scott Hall is going to face the man he eliminated last in the Battle Royal in a non-title match, Ken Shamrock, in the main event of the first Impact. Overall, 71 segment, 72, 71, and 66, so that's fine. Storyline advanced and gained heat, and Dusty and Scott Hall did well throughout the segment, so good stuff to open the show. And in our first bout of the evening, and about that good wrestling and decent match from the crowd, AJ Styles defeats Jerry Lynn, Psychosis, and Low-Ki in 10 minutes when he wins the X Division Championship. 56 wrestling rating, crowd 31, 57 on the match. All four guys were in the 50s for the ratings. Even though Low-Ki was off his game, the commentary lifted the match. So our first X Division champion is going to be just like it was in real life, as it's going to be the phenomenal AJ Styles, as Dusty Rhodes presents him with the X Division Championship post-match, as AJ Styles has been crowned the X Division champion after the Fatal 4-Way. Okay, so Buff Bagwell needs a script apparently for cutting promos. Good God. 35. That's terrible. So Buff will be needing scripts. So that's going to be a note. Buff needs scripts. Okay. Noted. Well, that was just a generic promo by him, but now we know. Okay, a good tag match here, and about that decent wrestling. Didn't have much heat. Second City Saints defeat the Naturals in 7 minutes when CM Punk pins Andy Douglas with a Pepsi plunge. Wrestling of 46, crowd of 20, which is terrible, and 47 for the segment rating overall. Everybody did good here. High 40s and 52 here. All the chemistry is all good. The FBI and Second City Saints is gaining heat without even having anything going on, because post-match, the FBI debut and attack Second City Saints. Guido, Stamboli, Mamaluke, and Smothers laid out the Second City Saints post-match to debut here in total nonstop action. 36 on the rating, which is not great, but we are going to try our absolute best to get this over somehow, some way. But it looks like we have our first feud building up here, so that's good at least. And a decent match. Christopher Daniels defeats Brian Christopher in 6 minutes by pinfall with the last rights. 51 on the wrestling, crowd of 28, segment of 58. Daniels got us a 62. Damn. The commentary lifted the match, and Daniels benefits from having a hot new flavor of the month and groundswell for public support. So that's good. Love that. Daniels gets a win here. I don't get him for every show, so every time I do, I want to use him. Good win over a guy that's leaving us to go to WWE. And in our main event, in an exceptional match, Ken Shamrock defeats Scott Hall in 9:54 when Scott Hall is disqualified when Jeff Jarrett runs into the ring and hits Shamrock with a guitar, leading to the disqualification. Wrestler rating of 69, crowd of 68, segment of 68, Shamrock of 68, Hall of 70. Storyline has advanced and gained heat. And then our post-match segment, it's Scott Hall walking up the ramp backwards, Jarrett in the ring standing over Shamrock after hitting him with a guitar, and he's signaling his guitar to Scott Hall as well. So obviously There's going to be a three-person weaving storyline here between Jarrett, Shamrock, and Scott Hall surrounding the TNA Championship. What an electric way to end our first Nitro, or first Impact, excuse me, not Nitro. 68 rating there. Let's see what we get for a rating for the show. I'm hoping a 60. 66. Holy crap. We increased in 12 regions. That's a hell of a show for our first Impact. So we should be gaining some fans. Hopefully, that'll be great. Wow, 66. Financial report: we lost 54,000 because of the broadcasting costs, which is fine. Whatever. That's gonna suck every single show, but is what it is. So we lost 54,000. So normally we're gonna lose about 4,000 per show. God, that's terrible. We're gonna have to fix that. Popularity: Northwest, New England, Midwest, Mid-Atlantic, and Great Lakes all bumped up to 26. Let's go. Everywhere in the U.S. we've bumped up in our first two shows. That's awesome. So that's a hell of a start. That's a hell of a start. All right, so now we're in it now. Once these WWE guys leave at the end of June, it's 100% gonna be pushing to build our own talent now and building our company up, which is awesome. Like, we definitely could do that and get this going. I mean, we have our first storylines going now. They said our show was awesome, which is fantastic. Hey, we outperformed OVW. Robert Roode is now in the Mid-Atlantic. Why are they unhappy? What? How did we not hit what they wanted? 256,000. Hold up. What's the rating? 60. That's what we hit. Hold on. We're gonna. Can you do graveyard at least? Or I don't want to pay 50K though. What about daytime? Yes. Huh. Is there no way to negotiate a new deal? Interesting. So I might have just screwed myself there. That's okay. I might edit that. Is there a way to edit that? Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna have to deal with that. So what? That's 50K every Impact. So hold on, I gotta get the calculator to offset this because I definitely screwed that up. Till December. So that's what? 1, 2, 3, 1, 5, 10. That's 1.5 million right there. So I need to add that. Just so I don't have to worry about that situation. So bear with me a second here. Gotta fix my boo-boo here. We'll make this 2.5. Oops. So the reason I'm doing this is because I screwed up on the TV deal, so now I have to adjust. Okay. All good. Next Impact is in 6 days. So we're almost at the end of June now. But we're moving. We're making it happen. Our first Impact got 200,000 viewers, so that's solid. We will gladly take that. All right, while that's loading, oh, it's ready. Okay, cool. See, now this is where the game gets faster because we're not dealing with 100 signings a day. All right, we need to build our booking team. Where's our booking team? We need more than 3 guys. We should have a couple options, I think, here. Yeah, we are. Cool. Yeah, let's add Borash to the team. Joe Gertner's a 71. Conan's a 70. Yeah, let's add Conan. Good. Rickstein, you're leaving anyway, so I don't care. All right. All right. So we got the booking team situated here. This will at least give us, what, 294 points a show. Then we also need to edit this to make this 90 minutes because 60 minutes just ain't doing it. 90. There we go. That way I can get more people on the card. All right. Let's roll. Next day. First 2 shows so far have been wildly successful. So we're not mad with that at all. We're not mad with that at all. Just putting something real quick. The old wife texted me, so I just want to make sure. Okay. So that's all good. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Bob Orton went to CMLL. Okay. CMLL is oh, they're in setbacks. Okay. Broadcasting wise now, what do I need? 48. You get 48 effortlessly from Fox Sports. Okay. We got 4 more days till our next show. I'm trying to think on what we want to do for the next show. I think we're going to have Jarrett declare that he wants a shot at the TNA title. I think that's going to be an easy one to kind of explore. But I think we're going to be all right. I think we're going to be in a good enough spot here. We can really make some moves, and there's going to be some talent hopefully that'll come up from WWE that we can play with as well, which I think obviously we need to build our own core, but having new talent come in always helps the situation as well, especially if it's someone I've never booked before. I really enjoy doing that. Auto saving, okay. Looks like we have one more show here in, what month are we in? June, before. Do we have? Oh, we're not big enough for house shows. But merchandise, by the end of July, we'll have level 4, which is awesome because that means we'll at least be making some money off merch. But by the time we hit October, we should be pretty close to level 5. And then once the merchandise starts pulling in, then we're really going to be chilling. Because once we can get merch in, then when we bring in talent that has major popularity, then we'll be really good. All right, what do we got here? ASW has signed Fergal Devitt. Okay. Nothing really to report there. Okay. All right, while that's loading, give me a second here. All right, let's see what we got here. Bunch of new storylines for WWE. We have Hogan feuding with The Rock. We're doing that again. Okay. Big Show and RVD. Okay. Taker and Booker T. Okay. Shawn Michaels and Ric Flair. Kurt Angle and Triple H. And The Rock is their new figurehead, it looks like. Sure. El Generico is now with Stampede. Alright. We rolling. Let's see if we can get going here. See if we can get going. Alright. I'm trying to think of how I want to do this next show. We got 90 minutes now to play with, so we can feature more guys, which is big. More talent. I almost want to put I want to put Gertner with York and Matthews at some point. Shows up wasted. Nice. Chavo Guerrero's or a couple days. He's fine. Near fight. That's not good, sir. SmackDown. How was SmackDown? 14,000 fans. The Rock and Triple H and Perry Saturn defeat Hulk Hogan and Kurt Angle. Randy Orton loses to The Rock. That's not a good show. Okay. Okay. Is she a babyface? Oh, she's a heel. Damn. Okay. I had an idea, but I can't do that now with her being a heel. don't really know what to do with her. I guess we could put her in with David Young or something. I don't know. Okay, let's get this organized here for this next show. Is there any hidden gems that I don't know about for some reason? We could bring in Ken Anderson. I don't know if he's going to be massively helpful right off the rip here, but he can talk. Oh, no, we got to bring him in. Yeah, we're going to bring him in. He has an 88 charisma. That's... Alright, let's get to our next impact here. So we had a 66 for the first one. Now granted, we had two technically two major matches, so I don't think we're going to hit that again, but... Okay, so we have... Let's get some creative finishes situated here. Safe bet, okay. How about an angle? Yeah, nope. Let's try another angle. No big gambles. Alright, well, we got one. Locker room incidents. Yeah, CM Punk's being annoying. Okay, BG and Colt Cabana doing good work there. Jarrett and Scott Hall are traveling buddies. Okay. All of that is fine. We don't need any of this. Okay. And we have everybody tonight. Perfect. Okay. So let's do the opening video package. I thought Dove was hanging out with me today. I guess not. Okay. Do this for a minute. Okay, so we need Scott Hall, Jeff Jarrett, Dusty Rhodes, Ken Shamrock, Peach James, Conan, Ron Killings. Cool. There we go. Okay, so that's done. So let's open the show with... Let's go right into a match. Let's change it up. Let's go right into a match. We're going to do a quick recap of what happened last week. Impact. Yes, sir. We're still going, man. Let's do a minute recap of that. Yeah, we got through the first night, the first Impact, and the first pay-per-view so far, and so far we're doing all right. So let's do a recap of that. Boom. All right, let's open the show with an X Division Championship match. Like doing this right before the thing. Actually, we'll do this against Low Key. We don't want to use Taka yet. We'll use it next week. Let's do Low Key. This one's going to be a Ricky Steamboat special. And X title. Alright, AJ Styles is going to retain. Let's keep Loki strong. Open, all out, clean win, and pinfall. First little defense for AJ there. Nothing crazy, just a quick little win. Let's try to get JB tries to get word from Jarrett. He walks right by him, doesn't care. I also just realized I don't think I have Jeremy Borash here, so that's fine. We're just going to kind of do this backstage. It's just going to be Jeff Jarrett doing Jeff Jarrett thing. Actually, character development. That's what we want. And we're just going to keep building that feud up. Alright, let's go into a... Let's go into a singles bout here. And it's going to be Ron Killings. No. Yes, he's going to face Rick Steiner. 8 to 10, Steiner's going to lose, and then he'll be gone. Just trying to get my guys over here. I don't really care. All right. And then let's do... Need something to do with YouTube. I've been stuck in a run. Thinking early 90s British Fed Monday, local to global Monday, TNA. Ooh, that's loaded. That's a lot to unpack in that question. How are you with modern day now? Like, are you on top of it, or is it kind of like a? Because I mean, if you can do the 92 save, I feel like that's kind of your money spot. I mean, that's very true. That's very true. Shamrock wants Jarrett tonight. Dusty Books. Shamrock for Psychosis in main event. I kind of like your thought process, having to be completely clean slate. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, will people actually watch it? Let's do James Storm and Chris Harris versus Christian York. Nope. Okay, he's not going to cooperate for me. That's cool. Christian York. And Joey Matthews. Okay. Let's go like 7. Yeah, I'll do that. That works. Conan can get in there for that. And I know exactly how I want to go into this situation. Let's do some backstage stuff. WCW was on the ledger with this, whether I was going to do WCW or TNA. I just thought I would do this one just because I haven't done this one on YouTube or anything. The WCW save was my favorite one I've done though by far. Team going forward. I appreciated you a lot for that save, man, because you did a lot of the thumbnails for that too. These two guys are going to be a team now. Here we go. No, it's totally fine, man. Totally fine. I wish I could have done more time with it. Yeah, I mean, I'm just at a point now where I finally can, like, kind of dedicate time now, you know what I mean? To at least doing this. At least doing the streaming. At least I can talk to people while I'm booking, and people can kind of see how I book, which is kind of cool. Let's do Abyss versus Frankie here. Is Siaki a babyface? Oh. Abyss is going to get a quick little win here. Also, we need to go here. Here, we're going to manage Abyss. There we go. That's the one thing I think between you and I, like when we talk doing this game, like we've actually never seen each other actually sit down and book stuff like in live time. So this is kind of fun to kind of peel back that curtain on how I do stuff. Okay. I want to do. What's Guido's? Is Guido good at cutting promos? Please tell me he is. Cool. He has charisma. That'll work. Yeah, man, for sure. You could do that too, where you kind of peel back the curtain. This is going to be an FBI in-ring promo. God, I'm hoping this is going to work out okay. Okay, so I need you to cut a promo. Actually, work the crowd. There you go. And then the rest of the guys are just going to be cameos. Tracy Smothers. Johnny Stamboli. And then we'll have those two guys off screen. So we're at least explaining who the FBI are, why they attacked Second City Saints, and hopefully that can get them a little bit closer to being over here. So we've developed that. Tonight's main event, we already know. I just want to put that here so I know I have that. Ken Shamrock versus Psychosis. Yep, there we go. That's who it was. All right, let's do another match here. Who have we not used? Let's get Austin Aries a win. Austin Aries versus Brian Christopher. I kind of want Aries to be obnoxious a little bit, but get this win. I think is the move, yeah. But I'm going to have all these guys leaving me anyway. I might as well use them to get other people over. Oh, Christopher didn't even care. Okay. Post-match, Austin Aries. So, best star in the world. No, see, here's the thought process here is I want him to kind of do this, and if I can get him to, is he good at cutting a promo yet? Okay, we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. If it goes well, he might be my feud for AJ right off the rip. We'll see. All right, we're at an hour. We have our main event set. Let's do a thing backstage with Gertner. Approaches York. Position. Since York and Matthews can't cut a promo to save their life, if I put Gertner with them, we might be able to get them a little over. Try to get somewhere. Cameo and Cameo. See if we can get that going as well. That way we have our tag teams set up here. Okay. Okay, let's do okay, that's what we'll do. We're gonna do Daniels next here in a match. Actually, let's do a triple threat. We haven't done triple threat yet tonight. Triple threat match. We're going to do Christopher Daniels versus Chris Sabin. Does Frankie Kazarian, does he do high flying? He does decent. Okay. Let's do Jimmy Yang for this. Triple threat. This is going to be a high flying match. I'll do Daniels. I'm not really going to use Jimmy Yang much, so. No one needs to be kept strong here. Everybody looks good. Actually, let's keep Sabin and Yang strong. There we go. And then, who haven't we? Let's do a Scott Hall backstage promo. What happened last week? I just realized I did nothing with Buff Bagwell or Jerry Lynn on this show. But that's okay. Scott Hall is going to cut the promo. Off screen is going to be Jeff Jarrett and Ken Shamrock. I could have probably done Shamrock versus Buff here, but you know, we don't need to go there yet. Okay, so our main event now. We'll give them ample time here. Shamrock's gonna win, storytelling. All out, you're gonna win by submission. This should be a good match. And then post-match, so what we're trying to do with Jarrett, we're going to have Jeff Jarrett be kind of like a real piece of garbage in this save with this, because we're having him play the he's hating Shamrock because Shamrock is the one that eliminated him from the Battle Royal to cost him his TNA title. So that's how we're going to get there. I think the way we're gonna set this up is they're gonna face off here in the next couple weeks to see who will face Scott Hall for the TNA title, and I think that's where we're gonna start leading to the triple threat. I think it's the move. Babyface, baby. Oh no, he's a babyface. Let's do David Young. Let's get this match going. Okay, so that's good, and then let's do. I need to see how Conan and BG are as a team. So I'm just gonna hope for the best here. I know this shouldn't be a pre-show match, but it is what it is. Finally made it for a second though. Hey, thank you, appreciate it. I very much appreciate you coming in. Thank you. We're a little high on the matches, but we're not going to be penalized on it. So that's good. All right, let's run our second Impact here. See how things go. Hopefully we can be in that 60 ballpark again. All right. We got 66 in the first two shows, right? I believe. Does that sound right? 66 on the first... 62 on the pay-per-view. All right, let's see how this goes. So pre-show, we're not really worried about this. This is straight up just to get some popularity going here. Okay, they're not bad chemistry, so that's good enough for me. That'll work. Not bad chemistry when it comes to Conan and BG James. Sign me up for that. All right, we open the show with our usual situation that we do. The about 45 seconds to a minute of video package to build up Impact, just like every other wrestling show. 57 on that segment there. We get a recap of what happened last week at the end of Impact, where Jarrett got involved in Shamrock and Hall's match, hitting him with Shamrock with the guitar to get the DQ finish, and then the stare down towards Scott Hall to end the show. So 60 on that segment there. And our first match on the evening is for the X Division Championship, and about to have good wrestling and decent reaction from the crowd. AJ Styles retains his newly won X Division title by defeating Low-Ki in 10 minutes with a Styles Clash. Wrestling of 54, crowd of 30, segment of 54. Both guys pretty much got us a 55 rating. Commentary lifted the match. I think this is a great situation, a building block for our X Division. Obviously having AJ Styles as our X-Champ makes life so easy. But having said that, Low-Ki held his own here, so we can keep Low-Ki on his own for a while. Before putting him in a tag team, I think we can have a really deep X Division going forward. Backstage, JB's trying to get Jeff Jarrett to comment on what happened last week, and Jarrett just kind of blows him off and as he's walking by, he says that Shamrock screwed him out of his title match, or his title, and that's kind of what we're seeing here is kind of the roots on why Jarrett is going after Shamrock. 58 on that segment there. In a decent singles match where the chemistry was actually pretty good, Ron Killings defeats Rick Steiner in 7:31 by pinfall with a Truth or Consequences. Wrestling was a 49, crowd was a 40, 57 on the match. Rick Steiner is on his way to WWE, so let's get Ron Killings a nice win here. 59 is great from Ron, so we're really starting to get our own kind of collection of guys here that we can start building around. Once the WWE guys are gone, we can really kind of dive deep here. We get Shamrock is in Dusty Rhodes' office backstage. declaring he wants Jarrett tonight, and Dusty says that he cannot get that yet. Unfortunately, he just couldn't get Jarrett in the match. Whatever. However we want to get here. But the main event Dusty does book is Shamrock's going to be in action tonight against Psychosis in the main event. So, good match coming, but not the match Shamrock wants. But we're going to get there eventually. Don't worry. We're going to get there. 57 on that segment there backstage. In a decent match, the America's Most Wanted defeats York and Matthews in 7 minutes when Chris Harris pins Christian York with a death sentence. 48 on the wrestling, 26 on the crowd, 48 on the overall segment. I did, man. I literally had almost a year and a half plan of Shamrock in WCW. And obviously TNA had him as their first champion, so it only made sense to have him here. But yeah, I had a year long, at least, of Shamrock plans for WCW in that save. Unfortunately, that save is very corrupted and gone off of the computer. So, yeah, yep, 100%. Obviously, these guys did well. We've had this match before, but there's a reason I'm doing this match again, which you'll see later in the show, what I did with Gertner. So, BG, James, and Conan backstage have officially declared that they will be a tag team going forward. And I think I'll announce that on Impact 3, that we're going to do the tag titles coming up here to get our proper first tag champions situated. So we'll get that going as well. 42 on that. That's kind of disappointing out of Conan and BG. I feel like they would do better than this. Oh boy. An extremely short match. Abyss defeats Sonny Siaki in 451 with a choke slam. Wrestling at 38. Crowd at 20. 32 segment. 45 out of Abyss. Mitchell and Abyss have great chemistry, which is good. We're going to figure this out. I just wanted to get Abyss a quick little win before we enter a storyline with him, which I think should go well, I hope. I don't really know how it's going to go booking-wise, but we'll get there. Oh, thank God, a 51. This is the debut officially of the FBI as they come down to the ring. Guido, Stamboli, Mamaluke, and Smoothers explained their actions when they debuted last week and laid out the Second City Saints. Guido is naming himself as the leader of the FBI. The full-blooded Italians are here in total nonstop action. Hopefully this group could be very crucial for me, at least at the beginning here. Am I saying there's going to be a TNA champion in this group? Absolutely not. But they can be very helpful in getting guys over and giving me some storylines towards that mid-card area. So 51 on this segment here, which is awesome. Giving me a nice little mid-card storyline to work with here. And about that decent wrestling, for a little heat, Austin Aries defeats Brian Christopher in 7 minutes. Wrestling of 45 from the match. Crowd was only a 19, 47 overall. Aries with a 53, Christopher a 38. The commentary lifted the match. Again, Brian Christopher is going to WWE. I'm going to try to get Aries over much earlier than he was in real life. But I'm going to try to get some deep X Division cuts here where I can. And he's actually post-match going to declare himself the greatest X Division wrestler in the world. Which obviously is interesting because he's not the champion. But we're going to see. A 40 is not amazing, but I am going to have him and AJ on a collision course here in the next week or two. Obviously, I'm not going to have Aries probably take the belt from AJ, but I just want to see where he's at so we can really start building depth to that X Division. 40 on the segment, though. Not bad. Backstage, and this is why I did this with the tag match, Joel Gertner, former ECW talent, walks up to Matthews and York, who are frustrated that they've lost to America's Most Wanted twice, and Gertner actually proposes a business proposition to them as the camera pans away. So it looks like what we're going to do here is we're going to put Gertner with York and Matthews, try to help get them over for promos, because at least Gertner can cut a promo. York and Matthews can't cut crap when it comes to a promo, so that's my logic with at least doing this. 42 on the segment there. All right, good little triple threat match here. And about that had good wrestling, but didn't have much heat. Daniels defeats Sabin and Jimmy Yang in a three-way match in 8 minutes when Daniels pins Yang with the last rights. This was a high spots match, so a little X Division showcase. Wrestling rating of 53, crowd of 21, segment of 54. Daniels 55, Sabin 49, Jimmy Yang of 56. Lots of green here as well. Again, we're trying to add as much depth to this X Division as we can. Really trying to make it as strong as I possibly can with the company already right off the rip. And a good match here from these three, which I was expecting at least a 50, but 54 we will take all day long. There we go. Scott Hall cuts a promo backstage on the Shamrock and Jarrett situation, and truthfully he says, I don't really care. I'm still the TNA champion. Whoever ends up figuring it out between Jarrett and Shamrock, they still have to try to face me. I'm just going to sit back, relax, hold on to my TNA title, and let these guys figure it out. Pretty much is what he's trying to get to here. 74 on the promo from Scott, so that's huge right there. Good job out of Scott Hall here. See, he's great on promos, so... Oh, beautiful. And about to have great wrestling and good heat, Ken Shamrock defeats Psychosis in 12:57 with submission with an ankle lock. This was a storytelling match. Wrestling of 57, crowd of 48, 64 on the segment. Shamrock got 66, Psychosis on the 48. This is a great match for a main event. Shamrock beats Psychosis, who's on his way out, and we finally get a clean victory here to end Impact. Post-match again, though, Shamrock gets attacked by Jarrett, leaving him laying in the ring. Second week in a row now that Jarrett has left him laying. At some point, Shamrock is going to get his payback, but we're really trying to make Jarrett seem like a real piece of garbage here with the way things are going. 63 on that segment there. And our show rating was a 63. We're hanging in the 60s. I can live with that. We increased our popularity in 12 regions again. Hopefully we're building more to get more fans going here. Let's see. Yeah, we know this is going to happen with the financials. That's why I changed that. Puerto Rico and Hawaii are now at 26 as well. So the whole U.S., we've built up a spot everywhere in the entire North American region. So we're getting there. And we build towards our next Impact show. Nice. Let's see here. Yeah, that's kind of my thought. Is I just need to keep it in the 60s for these shows. If I can keep it in the 60s, when we start really getting things rolling with stories and bringing in more talent and stuff like that too, we're really going to get things moving here. Nothing really to report there. Yeah, obviously our viewership's going to be lower because I changed the time slot because I'm an idiot. I thought that would help me not have to pay the $50,000, but whatever. I don't think he's going to re-sign with me, but we'll give it a shot. Yeah, he doesn't re-sign. He's a freelancer. Yeah, the first few months are really hard, especially when you're starting a company. Extremely hot. Perfect. Okay, so we have that. I only have 6 teams, so it's going to be kind of hard to do a tag team tournament. Okay, they were the Bad Street Boys. Okay, I will integrate that into the storyline here. Conan, BG James. They'll just be 3 Life Crew. Whatever. I know we're not having R-Truth be in there, but... okay, so that's what I'll do is I will put that in my notes. Because I think what I'm going to... Now that they're with Gertner, I'm hoping we can do a little more with them, considering they're unimportant, and I want to be able to do more with them. So if I can... Maybe that's what I'll do is I'll have him change their name to really kind of add layers to it. Oh, that's my stomach. That's lovely. Okay. Joey Matthews, Christian York. Yep. Okay. All right. So we are about to end June here. Our next pay-per-view is a long ways away, which is okay. if we can find, let's go add 2 teams here. Let's do like 20. I just need 2 more. I don't want like big teams. I just want like casual teams to do this little what's it called? Oh, that's good. All right, let's find. Who was it? Swinger and Diamond? Is that who that team was? All right, let's try to get. Okay, let's do this. Let's use Morton and Gibson. That'll be a team. And we'll do Roadkill and Danny Doring will be the other one. That'll give us at least 8 teams to do this tournament with. Where's Gibson? There he is. Danny Doring not in here somewhere? There he is. There we go. So there's our 8th team. So now we can do that. When does he leave me? Oh, perfect. So I get him for one appearance. So he has to wrestle on the next show. Cool. Okay, we're not gonna have. Well, as of right now, we got no one for Bound for Glory. That's gonna be a problem. So that's good. All right. We're almost through our first month in game. We've almost finally made it through the first month. All right. What do we got? Oh no. That's not good. Okay, let's get to this here. Warrior Hawk won a title, the WLW title. Okay. Nothing really to report there. Okay, next day. I'm trying to think on what else I could do here feud wise. I think obviously we are going to set up the Aries and AJ. I don't know if it's even like a feud, but it's going to be a couple weeks thing, I guess. It's not going to really be much of a feud though. Okay. Well, we got Ken Anderson, so we can do something with him now. Question is, what do we do with him? Does he have any popularity? Nada. Cool. Alright, that's fine. we had a good enough spot with our roster so far that we're in at least, you know, we're getting things rolling. What I'll do also too is when I'm not streaming, I'm gonna write out some shows so that way I have them ready to go. I mean, what are the 3 stars that you're doing? Or I'm using. Yeah, I'm kind of confused with your comment there. New champion of Ring of Honor. Loki wins the ROW championship. Who was the ROW champion before? Oh, there wasn't one. So Loki is their inaugural champion. Okay. If they're links, yeah, they'll block it. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's see here. What? There's got to be a couple contracts coming up here at the end of June, right? Let's see what we can get here. Male Wrestler of the Year so far. Kurt Angle, Company, obviously WWE. Brothers of Destruction. Match of the Years in Pro Wrestling Noah. Show of the Year was New Japan. Brock Lesnar's male young wrestler. Female is Ariel. I've actually wrestled her husband before. That's kind of cool. Male Veteran Wrestler of the Year, Ric Flair. Female, Mary Pachi. Oh, that's Female Wrestler of the Year in general. Okay. Kenny King with WWE. Okay. Kenny Omega's on the rise. We'll shortlist him. Don't really plan on using him, but at least see where he goes, I guess. And Ricky Morton. Alright, so once he signs as well. Alright, so we're July 1st now. I thought these guys were gone by now, the WWE guys, but I guess not. 3 days. Oh, 7 days. So I have at least one more Impact with all of them. Lovely. He'll be back literally next month with Ultimo Dragon, so that's awesome. I'll have another edition. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Monty Brown's now recognizable. Stamboli's recognizable. Kazarian. Okay, we're getting a lot of recognizable guys now. This is actually really good. This is actually really, really good. Okay. We need to get a couple more guys to that next level, though. Yeah. Yep. That's like just hitting your prime now. I don't remember what their name is. So I'm just gonna add team. Auto name them. I know they had a name in ECW, but I forget what it was. Yeah. Well, shit. I mean, WWE didn't sign LA Knight till he was, I think, 40, right? AJ was 40 when he came to WWE. 40 in 2002 was like you're pretty close to retiring. Now, like people just keep going, man. It helps that you're not doing 100 into house shows, but still, yeah, yeah. I like to have a lot of my champions be in their 30s. That's usually like if it's a world champion, I like to have them to be in their 30s. But that's just me. Chuck and Molly Holly. Oh, they're dating. That's exciting. Is that Robert Gibson? Yeah. All right, so we can set up the tag team thing now. TEW Anderson walking out on people. That's nice of him. Okay. Yeah, that's a fair setup there. Okay, let's each team tournament. First TNA tag team champions. They'll face that. In position 2. That'll be. Oh, I just realized I have a lot of heels. Okay. Where's the FBI right there? Put them there. Put that in there. That'll be Joey Matthews will be there, and then James Storm and Chris Harris. So side A. Oh, I might have to change this because I don't think they're gonna be popular enough to do this. Screw it. We're gonna do it anyway. Yes. Okay. So that's our plan there. Is CM Punk have recognizable yet? Oh, they're okay. We're good. We're good. We're good. Okay. So we can do that. Do we have any new broadcasting options? Let's check there. Okay. Okay. Let's go to the next day. But yeah, I 100% agree with you. Like the 10-year stretch, it's just crazy to me how it's so different now. I think what we're going to do, I think the game plan for at least today's stream is we're going to do one more Impact, and then I'm going to go get some lunch. I think that's the plan. Because that'll at least give me 4 hours of a good um, first stream and get things rolling. And okay. That could be a dilemma, but we'll see. All right. Oh, Jeff Hardy got a little argument. He's fighting people. Okay. Oh, wow. They dropped SmackDown. Yep. I'm not worried about that. Okay. All right. Hey, that's the goal, brother. That's the goal. What I'm going to do is I'll probably post this as well to YouTube as like a long video. But this will be what we booked 4 shows so far, or this will be the 4th show. So I feel like we're getting at least a starting point into this, which is good. We're almost at 500 fans now per show, so we're building. We're building. A safe bet with AJ Styles. Love that. Locker room incidents. I have no idea who the hell this is. Who the hell is this? Caracas? Sure. You can hang out. Yeah. Psychosis trying to beat up CM Punk. Okay. Yeah, that's the wrong move. We should have let him go. Hey, there you go, Alexis Luray. Okay. And the only person we don't have is Ultimate Dragon, which is totally fine. Okay. Opening video package. AJ, it's Scott Hall. It's Jeff Jarrett. Ken Shamrock. Oops, not Ken Anderson. Conan. BG. Ron Killings. And then Dusty. Okay. So there's that. Okay. Alright, let's open the show. We're going to have Dusty make the announcement. So he's going to announce tournament starting tonight. 8 teams. He's going to announce tonight's main event. Which is going to be Jeff Jarrett versus Ron Killings. I'm not going to have Scott Hall wrestle every single show. I feel like that's kind of... I don't know. That's just not how I don't have my champion wrestle every show. I feel like it's kind of like it needs to be a special thing, you know? Try not to completely get him injured because it happens to me way too much where I use him. Alright. So that's all good there. Sure, we'll put Conan for that. We'll call it that. Alright. So we know what our main event is. Ron Killings versus Jeff Jarrett. That should be pretty good. Okay, our first matchup on the night. Let's do... We're not going to do a tag match yet. We're going to do a singles bout. Because it makes no sense to be like, oh, there's a tag team tournament, and it starts now. Taka Michinoku is going to be facing AJ Styles to open the show. Because that's how things work in this company. We're going to start the show off with the X Division title. Taka versus AJ. And then, if I remember correctly, Taka can do some high flying stuff, right? Oh, no, he cannot. Okay, that's fine. AJ's going to get the win. Don't really care about keeping anybody strong here. Alright, AJ's going to get the win on that. Let's do a backstage segment. Backstage. Something along those lines, where Guido's kind of reading them the riot act about making sure that they're ready to go for this match tonight. That's kind of where I want to go with this, because it's going to lead to a bigger development. Make sure all these guys are cameos. Yes, and that's going to be for Conan. Conan's going to be a busy boy this week. Who the hell do I have them facing? Oh, they're facing the Rock and Roll Express. Perfect. Yeah, for sure, man. I'm gonna post my schedule. I'm probably gonna try to do this again on maybe Sunday, I think is the plan. So. And they're gonna face Johnny Stamboli and Tony Mamaluke. So this is the first round matchup. Now, this is where we're gonna get interesting with this. Is they're gonna win with a roll-up. Off a distraction. Flash pinfall. Distraction finish by CM Punk to advance the storyline. So now it's them screwing them over to get them to advance. That's kind of where I want to go to with that. And then we'll do a segment right after. Saints got payback. FBI. It's a quick little 2-minute thing. And Johnny the Bull. Yep. And that will be Conan as well. Conan does all the tag team stuff here. Alright. Nice. Scott Hall. Yeah, again, this is kind of one of those things where I'm on purposely keeping Scott Hall from wrestling much just because I want to make sure he doesn't get hurt. But at the same time, I'll probably put him in action for the next show. Put that with Dusty. There we go. Alright, let's do another singles bout. Actually, I don't. Let's do a triple threat. Because I don't care if Psychosis gets mad if we lose here. He's not coming back here, so. Aries, and then let's do Chris Sabin. Another triple threat X Division showcase here. And Aries is going to win by pinning Psychosis. Yep. Post-match, again. Aries for next week challenges AJ. And AJ will come out and accept it for next week. We're going to give Mitchell and Abyss backstage promo. I'm hoping this will be better. Let's hope so. Okay. So far, so good, brother. We're on our third Impact now. We've gained popularity every Impact. I did screw up on the TV deal, so I did have to edit the money, which kind of sucks because it's whatever. But overall, though, we're doing very well, I think. Let's do. We'll do Frankie. No, I want to do Frankie versus Daniels. Damn. Your heel. Brian Christopher. Beautiful. There we go. Good job. Abyss can beat you up. But so far, we're doing pretty good. So far, so good. Yeah. My plan is to do this Impact, and then I'm probably going to scoot and go get lunch, and then I think my next show I'll be doing is Sunday, I think is the plan. So Sunday we'll get back on here, and we'll be booking some more. Let's go here. Boys. So we have the name now for them, and Gertner's now managing them, so we got that. Backstage, pre-tape, cutting a promo. Christian York, oops. Background player, Joy Matthews, background player. Okay. That's Conan again. And this match we're going to do as well. Actually, we're going to do one of the other tag matches because I don't want to have it back to back. Let's do. We'll do 3. Yeah, I need him for promos. That's literally the kicker there. Who the hell are they playing? They're facing Roadkill and Danny Dorning. I mean, I don't think I'm crazy to say that they're gonna be a top level team here in TNA, but they can definitely be a good act, and that's what I'm looking for at this point. All right, good win from BG and Conan in their tagging debut. Nice little debut from Roadkill and Danny Doring as well. Oh, he can't go that long. Damn, does Roadkill have no stamina? Okay. Yeah, well, it's 2 Live Crew right now. Ron Killings is not with them. He's on his own right now. Eventually, I might do that. I kind of have other ideas for Ron, at least at the beginning. I think it's... I mean, I look at it this way. Ron Killings was an NWA champion before they did 3 Live Crews, so I'm going to kind of lean into that a little and push him a little bit. Yeah, I think... my thing is, though, in full honesty, I don't know who the third person would be. So I'm kind of keeping it open, at least for now. So Ron and Buff Bagwell are going to have a little match here. I'm actually going to start their storyline. There's going to be a storyline here with them. Buff Bagwell. There's Ron Killings. Because right now, in all honesty, from what I'm seeing so far with how this company's going, right now Ron Killings is technically my number 2 babyface. Exactly. That's 100% my logic with that. I want Ron to beat Buff. 8 to 10 is fine with this. We don't need to go crazy. I want Ron to beat him with a roll-up. Open, all out. Yeah, but that's the thing, man. That's the best part about some of these is like something you'll have a plan and maybe an injury happens or like someone comes available and all of a sudden you have a whole different ball game now. Ooh, crap. I'm already at my finish of the show here, aren't I? Oops. Okay, this is going to take some time. I'm going to take some time away from this because I want to do a... Yeah, that's fine. I did not plan... Oh, crap. I forgot I had Ron Killings facing off against... Okay. Ignore this. Delete that. And then this is just going to be backstage promo. And we're going to just have Buff interrupt him. There we go. Problem solved. I forgot I had Ron Killings in the main event tonight, so this kind of works out nice. Because now I can do the main event as it's directed to be. How much time do I have left on this show? I can't see. Whatever. We'll give this time. Give it to Dusty. Jarrett's going to get the win over Ron. I don't think there's anything wrong with that at the moment. And then I want Shamrock to escape Dusty Book's match. So this is how we're going to get there. So boom. So Shamrock tries to get to Jarrett, but he escapes. Let's do that 2 minutes. Shamrock, Taka, Jeff Jarrett, victim. Save, add copy. Dusty, books, match, next week. Shamrock versus Jarrett. Work the crowd. And then Dusty's gonna do his thing. And there's our main event for next week. Oops. Yes, save that. Okay. So, let's see. Let's do a couple of pre-show matches. You're going to lose to Frankie Kazarian. Frankie gets the win. There we go. I don't care. All these guys are leaving me for WWE, so I don't care who gets mad on their way out. Rick Steiner, you're going to lose to, I don't know. Let's do Guido. Yeah, you can lose to Guido. Yeah, and then is there anybody else we haven't used yet that's leaving me? Nope, we're chill. All right. Save this. Let's see how our third Impact goes. Here we go. Frankie Kazarian gets the win over Vampire Warrior with the Wave of the Future. Good little win for Frankie. I wanted to put him and Daniels on this show, but I'm sure I'll get there. Guido defeats Steiner. This is simply just to get more popularity under Guido, as he's the leader of the FBI. Alright, and we get to the main show here. So the opening video package, like normal, is going right now for us. So we have that going right now. And Dusty Rhodes opens the show, announces the tag team titles tournament is starting tonight with 8 teams, and announces our main event of the evening, which is Jeff Jarrett versus Ron Killing. 63 on that segment there. Hey, what's up, Mechanic? How you doing? Appreciate you coming in. In a decent match, we finally got this match to go before Taka left us. AJ Styles defeats Taka Michinoku in 11 minutes by the Styles Clash. AJ makes defense number 2 of his X Division Championship reign. Wrestling was a 51, crowd at 26, 58 segment. Taka with only a 38. Get off of my roster with that nonsense. AJ did good here, gets his second title defense, as he has definitely become a great X Division champion for us so far. We get a backstage promo, which is more or less just Guido really laying into his guys, Mamaluke and Stamboli, that they have to win tonight. And that he really needs them to advance and bring the tag titles home to the family. Mechanic, it's been good, man. We did our first pay-per-view, which was like our launch show, and we're on our third Impact. Everything's been in the 60s for our show ratings, so we're really we're doing pretty well. We're doing pretty well. We're doing a lot of things that TNA didn't do, so it's a little different. But so far, so good. Ooh, I knew this was gonna be bad, but damn. And about that decent reaction from the crowd with Subpar Wrestling, the Rock and Roll Express beat the Full-Blooded Italians in 7:47 with a roll-up after CM Punk distracts Tony Mamaluke to help them get the win. The ratings were trash here. Holy crap. 44 for Gibson, 37 for Morton. Yes, absolutely. 35 and 39 for Stamboli and Mamaluke. You all need to get that going. The Second City Saints have now gotten some payback on the FBI. After the attack 2 weeks ago, that was the debut of the FBI by them laid out the Second City Saints. Post-match, as Guido's freaking out outside the ring, he's being consoled by Tracy Smothers as he is pissed that CM Punk and Colt Cabana have gotten one up on them and cost the FBI the tag team championships in the tournament. Just another layer to add to this storyline. 43, not bad. We get a backstage promo from Scott Hall. He's actually not even there. He's chilling in the islands somewhere. We gave him the week off, but he's going to cut a promo here. Um, and he's talking about the Jarrett and Shamrock situation. And he says he'll be in the Impact Zone next week to see who will finally face him next for the TNA Championship. 75 rating out of Scott. Yeah, right? What it really sucks because I really like Stamboli and Mamaluke and want to do something with him, but man, you cannot be being outperformed by a 50-year-old wrestler. I'm just saying. Good little segment here from Scott. Good stuff. He's been a consistent 75 on every promo. All right, and about to had good wrestling but little heat in a triple threat match. Austin Aries defeats Psychosis and Chris Sabin in a three-way match in 8 minutes and 28 seconds. Wrestling rating was a 53. The crowd didn't like this one with 18, but segment was a 52. Hey, Younger, what's up, man? Psychosis got us a 53, Aries a 56, Sabin a 49. This is Psychosis' last match with us here in TNA, as he has signed with WWE, so he takes the L on the way out. That's just how this works. But Aries did really well here, and I'm actually going to reward him with that because the next segment is Aries grabbing a microphone and challenging AJ Styles for next week for the TNA X Division Championship, whereas AJ Styles comes out after the challenge and accepts by raising the X Division Championship. So next week on Impact number 4, the X Division title will be on the line as Austin Aries, who has declared himself the best X Division wrestler in the world, will face the current X Division champion in AJ Styles. So that'll be a good X Division title match there. Yeah, 2002, man. 2002 mod. So good stuff there out of AJ and Aries. We get a backstage promo, and I truthfully don't know how to fix this. So if anybody can figure this out for me, I cannot get James Mitchell to get me a promo to save my life. I've changed a couple times here to get this rolling. I don't know what's going on, but it's what is it? It's on TEW I think. It's a 2020 mod that I had to convert and then edit a bunch. But 38 on the segment here from Mitchell and Abyss. And then Abyss defeats Brian Christopher in about that decent reaction from the crowd, but subpar wrestling in 6 minutes with a choke slam. 38 on the wrestling, 38 on the segment. Abyss got us a 40. Him and Mitchell have great chemistry, but they're just not clicking yet. But that's okay. Abyss was not big yet until 2003 in TNA. Brian Christopher also leaving us to go to WWE, so he's going to take an L here as well. Last week, we set this kind of up a little bit. Joe Gertner went to Matthews in New York after their loss to America's Most Wanted for the second time and presented them with a business opportunity. And tonight, Joe Gertner has declared that York has declared Christian York and Joey Matthews as now he is declaring them as the Bad Street Boys, as they are now officially Joel Gertner's clients. 35 on the segment. Plugging away. Okay. I want to take a look at his stats also, because I feel like that might be also the other issue. Oh boy. In an extremely short match, 3 Live Crew defeats Doring and Roadkill in 4:40 by pinfall, and Conan submits Danny Doring with the Tequila Sunrise. I knew this was going to be bad because Roadkill couldn't go more than 5 minutes, so we were already set up for failure here. But we got the point across. Conan and BG James advance as 3 Live Crew in the tag team tournament, and that's really all I needed here. So the rating was terrible, but it's fine. We're okay. Conan debuted a spectacular new high spot, showcases aerial ability. His psychology will be helped to be able to... Oh, I love it. That'll boy, Conan. Backstage, we have Ron Killings cutting a promo where he's kind of rapping a little bit, and Buff Bagwell is going to interrupt it and call him a degenerate and a person that should not be in professional wrestling, saying that he doesn't even look like a wrestler, he looks like a street thug, and kind of getting a little sketchy with the racy stuff here. 52 on the segment. This is going to be the beginning of a feud between Buff Bagwell and Ron Killings going forward. as I was trying to do the match to set up the feud, but this is going to be the setup because I forgot that Ron Killings is in the main event. So 52 on this. This should be a nice little feud, a feud that never happened because Buff Bagwell was only in TNA for one night. So we'll see what we can do there. And in our main event in the evening with a 71, holy crap. And about that superb wrestling and good heat, Jeff Jarrett defeats Ron Killings in 13:26 by pinfall with the stroke. Wrestling rating of 65, crowd of 50, 71 overall on the segment. Killings got us a 67, Jarrett is 64. That's a hell of a main event. Yeah, dude. I'll be honest, I wasn't expecting a 70. I was expecting, mid 60s. But our first 70 rating match, big stuff here out of Jarrett and Killings. This just doubles down my opinion of Killings being my number 2 babyface in the company and why I want to get behind him and do some push to him to try to get him towards the top of the card. And we end the show with Shamrock trying to get to Jarrett to end the show as Jarrett does bail. But Dusty then walks out on the stage and books next week's main event, where it's going to be Jeff Jarrett facing off against Ken Shamrock, where the winner will get an opportunity at Scott Hall's TNA Championship #1 Contenders match. And that'll be the main event for the next Nitro. So our next Nitro's already got Shamrock and Jarrett for the #1 Contender and the X title of Aries and Styles. 73 on that segment there. I think we might be able to sneak out a high 60s here. This might be a high 60s show. Let's see. 67. Let's go, baby. Even look at this. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 ratings in the 30s, and we still got into the 60s. That's huge. The main event obviously carried us. Let's not kid ourselves here, but that's awesome. We're definitely building in the right direction here. 67. We increased our popularity again in 12 regions because we're only in 12 regions for our shows. We should hopefully be gaining some more in the South here. I know we're going to lose money here. That's whatever. I don't care. It's my fault. I screwed that up anyway. We did not gain a popularity point here, but the yellow usually means that we're getting close. So hopefully we'll be able to get to 42 for the Southeast soon. I would love to be in the 50s by Bound for Glory. Would be amazing. We have a while though, because Bound for Glory is not till October. We'll just do some housekeeping stuff here over the next 9 minutes, because I'm probably going to call this here at 3 o'clock. So let's see what some housekeeping stuff we can take a look at here. We did 4 hours though. 4 hours is a good starting stream. No, this is called the Lethal Dose, is the mod name. Yeah, Lethal Dose. I had to do a lot of edits to it because it was not 100%. Like, the money was way off. Some of the contracts were off. So I went in and did change some of that a little bit. Like we said, Conan invented a new move for some reason. He did that, so that's cool. We're getting great reviews on the shows. Can we ask Roadkill to get in shape? Well, the good news is Roadkill, at the moment, is not being re-signed. They were brought in just to job out in the tag team tournament. Unless we want to keep them around, I don't really have a plan for them, but we can get onto them about getting in shape. Let's try that. Roadkill has taken your suggestion of getting into shape, and it'll take 1 to 3 months to take effect for him to get in better shape. So, look at that face. Look at that face, right? Let's see. Nothing there. Is there anybody from WWE? There's got to be some people coming soon for WWE that's contracts coming up. Let's see. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. Someone's at the door. How nice of them. Just a FedEx package. Alright. Yeah, he's with WWE in this. He's running OVW at this time. I mean, Shawn Michaels is in 46 days, but I don't think I'm going to be able to sign him. Tajiri could be fun. Billy Kidman would be fun. Lance Storm. I don't think they're going to let go of Cena here. Just trying to see. Alright. Not much really else going on here. Is Finley worth a look? Finley is actually a very good point. We could bring him in. He's under a handshake deal. Let's do it. Let's bring him in. We're probably not gonna wrestle, but we can have him train. Actually, before we do that, okay, let's offer him in. Usually there's a let's see if it shows on here. Usually there's a attribute of like natural trainer. But maybe that's not a thing anymore. And Taz, he's here somewhere. There he is. He is with WWE, and it looks like he's an announcer. So yes, he is retired. I mean, if we get him, we can try to get him to come out of retirement, but... So that's a good spot at least. Okay. Oh, he did? Wait, hold up. Did I miss that? I mean, I obviously did. Natural trainer. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so it does exist. Okay, so maybe just a lot of people don't have it? I don't think I have anybody on my roster that has it. Let's see. Natural trainer. That's kind of my thought. I thought they did. I know in other ones they do. Can you search by attribute? Let's see. Does that exist? Oh, right here. Look at you being smart. Good lordy. It's got to be in here somewhere. Nope. Nope. We gotta be getting close to it here. Nope. 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 Natural trainer. That's what we want. Search. Okay, well, I don't have anybody on my roster. way down here. I'm not playing the game of searching through all of them again, but I know it's here somewhere. It's in this vicinity. There it is. Alright, let's see who in the game world is a natural trainer. Apparently these are the natural trainers of the world that are available currently. In the whole game, that's how many. I feel like that's way off. There needs to be more. Yeah, right. Right. All right, let's do this. So we're gonna call it here for the 4 hours that we did. It's been awesome. I'm gonna be back on Sunday. We're gonna do 11 to 3. I'm gonna sign red eventually, just not yet. Not yet. I'm gonna be back on Sunday, 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time again, just like we were today. We're going to keep the strive going to get towards Bound for Glory and keep pushing Impact and seeing how things go. But that was fun, guys. I didn't realize this was going to go as well as it did, so thank you so much. And I'll see you guys on Sunday. We're going to have some fun on Sunday.